I gentili ospiti sono pregati di prendere posto a sedere. Si invita inoltre a verificare di avere disattivato i telefoni cellulari. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please also check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. I gentili ospiti sono pregati di prendere posto a sedere. Si invita inoltre a verificare di avere disattivato i telefoni cellulari. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please also check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. I gentili ospiti sono pregati di prendere posto a sedere. Si invita inoltre a verificare di aver disattivato i telefoni cellulari. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please also check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. I gentili ospiti sono pregati di prendere posto a sedere. Si invita inoltre a verificare di avere disattivato i telefoni cellulari. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please also check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. I gentili ospiti sono pregati di prendere posto a sedere. Si invita inoltre a verificare di avere disattivato i telefoni cellulari. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please also check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Fa ingresso il Presidente della Repubblica. Ha inizio la sessione inaugurale della 10ª edizione dei Dialoghi Mediterranei. The President of the Italian Republic is entering the room. The opening session of the 10th edition of the Rome Mediterranean Dialogues is about to start.
President Mattarella, Vice President Tajani, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed colleagues and partners, honored guests, dear friends, buongiorno, and welcome to the 10th edition of Rome Mediterranean Dialogues, which is co-hosted by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and ISPI. Since its inception 10 years ago, and it was indeed another word, this conference has been dedicated to fostering dialogue and cooperation across the Mediterranean. Let's face it, this region is as historically rich and culturally diverse and fascinating as it is complex and troubled. This year, our mission is even more critical as we face mounting crises and uncertainties in the MENA region and the entire world. The Mediterranean and the broader Middle East are engulfed in conflicts that imperil the fabric of regional and international peace. Since the tragic attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, violence in Gaza and southern Lebanon has increased, resulting in tens of thousands of civilian casualties and regional escalation. This highlights how fragile peace is and underscores that dialogue, so often deferred, remains the only path to enduring stability. Over the next 3 days, the Rome Med Dialogues will bring together more than 200 speakers across 40 panels and 30 closed doors sessions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an invaluable opportunity for all of us, not only to exchange perspectives, but also to chart real paths towards reconciliation and cooperation. Of course, as we meet, cooperation is challenged by rising fragmentation and polarization. But division is a choice, not a destiny. And holding the Med Dialogues during such a challenging time is a choice as well. A choice that rebuild trust, reinforce international cooperation, and reaffirm our commitment to diplomacy, dialogue, and collective problem solving. Well, let me conclude by extending my deepest gratitude to all of you for your participation and commitment. To our sponsors and partners, there are many, for their precious contributions, and most of all, to the co-host of this initiative, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. So, it is now my honor and pleasure to introduce Italy's Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Antonio Tajani. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning everybody. Saluto e ringrazio il Presidente della Repubblica Sergio Mattarella. La sua partecipazione ci onora e conferma l'importanza e il carattere strategico del Mediterraneo per la politica estera italiana e la sua rilevanza centrale negli equilibri europei ed internazionali. Saluto gli amici ministri degli esteri presenti, le autorità, il pubblico e tutti coloro che ci seguono in collegamento. Ringrazio il Presidente dell'ISPI Franco Bruni per la collaborazione che anche quest'anno l'Istituto ha dato al Ministero degli Esteri per la realizzazione di questo evento insieme a tutti gli sponsor che hanno reso possibile questa manifestazione. Benvenuti dunque ai dialoghi mediterranei. È una piattaforma questa di collaborazione e dialogo che quest'anno il governo italiano ha voluto tenere alla vigilia dell'importante riunione dei ministri degli esteri del G7 che sto per inaugurare ad Anagni, Fiugge e Ferentino. Un G7 in cui ho voluto mettere al centro della discussione, oltre all'Ucraina, proprio il Medio Oriente. E il dialogo è molto importante, affrontare questa situazione con grande determinazione, con la collaborazione con i paesi arabi per costruire e rafforzare percorsi che portino stabilità e pace nella regione. Affronteremo molti altri temi cruciali, penso al Sahel, al Venezuela, al partenariato strategico con l'Africa, all'Indo-Pacifico. Le parole d'ordine di questo importante appuntamento, come di tutta la presidenza italiana del G7, sono crescita, pace e sviluppo. Ho voluto aprire il G7 anche nella giornata internazionale per l'eliminazione della violenza contro le donne. A Fiuggi, storica città dell'acqua, fonte di vita e dialogo, ho deciso di inaugurare insieme ai ministri del G7 e a tutti gli altri ospiti una panchina rossa, simbolo dell'impegno collettivo contro questo odioso crimine. In parallelo illumineremo di arancione la facciata del Teatro Comunale e anche il Ministero degli Esteri. Di fronte a queste sfide il gioco di squadra diventa fondamentale. Da ormai più di un anno il Medio Oriente è sconvolto dalla guerra, una guerra che sembra non avere fine, che ogni giorno restituisce fotografie di distruzione e sofferenza. Come ha più volte detto il Santo Padre Papa Francesco, non dobbiamo abituarci alla guerra, a nessuna guerra. Questa edizione dei dialoghi mediterranei, proprio per il parallelo con il G7, vuole essere una piattaforma di discussione e confronto per cittadini, accademici, imprese, tutti i tasselli di un grande mosaico per rafforzare il dialogo. Non dobbiamo rassegnarci. La priorità assoluta e immediata sono il cessate il fuoco e la de-escalation in Libano e a Gaza. Abbiamo più volte detto ai nostri amici libanesi: aiutateci ad aiutarvi. Lo facciamo anche ora, auspicando l'elezione del Presidente e il rafforzamento delle istituzioni libanesi. Siamo al loro fianco, siamo al vostro fianco. Siamo presenti in Libano da anni con i nostri caschi blu della missione UNIFIL, siamo presenti anche con una missione militare per la formazione delle forze armate libanesi. I nostri militari sono portatori di pace di cui tutto il Paese è orgoglioso. Lo abbiamo detto e ribadito a tutti gli interlocutori internazionali e alle Nazioni Unite. I nostri uomini sono lì per garantire la stabilità lungo la linea blu tra Libano e Israele. Gli attacchi nei loro confronti sono inaccettabili. Gaza e il Libano sono stati al centro, nelle scorse settimane, della riunione ministeriale del G7 Sviluppo che l'Italia ha ospitato a Pescara. Un incontro aperto da una riunione umanitaria nella quale per la prima volta hanno partecipato un rappresentante palestinese, un rappresentante israeliano e un rappresentante libanese nella figura del Ministro degli Esteri, che ringrazio ancora una volta per aver accettato il nostro invito allora e aver accettato il nostro invito oggi. Un segno di come la strada del dialogo in cui crede il governo italiano sia sempre quella giusta. Il dialogo è sempre possibile anche nei momenti più difficili. Bisogna volerlo, non bisogna arrendersi mai di fronte alle difficoltà, perché ogni buona causa deve essere perseguita con determinazione, con forza e con coraggio. È un segno anche di come questo incontro sia riconosciuto ovunque come portatrice di pace e di dialogo. Penso anche alla Siria, dove ho voluto nominare un ambasciatore che è già lì e sta lavorando per portare assistenza umanitaria alla popolazione. Lavoriamo senza sosta per favorire il cessate il fuoco a Gaza. Vanno liberati gli ostaggi e va favorito l'accesso umanitario nella striscia per aiutare una popolazione che sta soffrendo in maniera enorme per la follia terrorista di Hamas. A Fiuggi ci coordineremo con gli alleati del G7 sui prossimi passi e anche sulla delicata questione della Corte Penale Internazionale. L'Italia riconosce e sostiene la Corte, ma deve avere una visione giuridica e non politica. L'obiettivo deve essere il cessate il fuoco e rilanciare il processo politico verso la soluzione due popoli, due Stati. L'Italia è in prima linea nell'impegno umanitario con Food for Gaza, un'iniziativa importante della politica estera italiana, seguita da vicino dal Presidente della Repubblica, che ringrazio per l'attenzione con la quale ha seguito questa nostra iniziativa, e un'iniziativa che ha coinvolto fin dal primo momento l'autorità nazionale palestinese e lo stesso governo di Israele. Ringrazio anche la Giordania per il sostegno che ci ha sempre dato anche per il trasferimento dei beni che abbiamo inviato. Sono grazie anche alla collaborazione con il Regno di Giordania a destinazione e quindi sono stati consegnati direttamente alla popolazione palestinese. Desidero ringraziare le tante associazioni, enti, imprese che hanno aderito lanciando una vera e propria gara di solidarietà per portare nella striscia tonnellate di aiuti umanitari e sanitari. Nei prossimi giorni partirà un nuovo aereo di aiuti umanitari da Brindisi. A breve partirà anche una nave da Ravenna con altre tonnellate di aiuti e 15 tir che abbiamo donato al Programma Alimentare Mondiale e che distribuiranno gli aiuti dentro la striscia. Rimarranno all'interno della striscia per continuare a distribuire tutti gli aiuti italiani e non solo, che verranno consegnati al Programma Alimentare Mondiale, che come sapete è un'organizzazione delle Nazioni Unite. Con lo stesso slancio abbiamo varato nei mesi scorsi un grande ponte aereo per portare in Italia oltre 100 bambini di Gaza, insieme alle loro famiglie e per essere curati nei migliori ospedali del nostro Paese. L'instabilità nel Mediterraneo ha raggiunto anche il Mar Rosso e rischia ora di spingersi verso la Somalia. Per questo abbiamo spinto l'Unione Europea ad agire rapidamente, varando la missione navale Aspides, che sta assicurando il rispetto del cruciale principio della libertà di navigazione in un'area molto importante per le nostre imprese e il nostro export, che rappresenta il 40% del prodotto interno lordo. Avete in programma una sessione di approfondimento sul Mar Rosso, a cui parteciperà la sottosegretaria Tripodi, che ringrazio, insieme al vice ministro Cerelli e al sottosegretario Silli per l'intensa attività che svolgono al mio fianco per rinforzare il ruolo dell'Italia portatrice di pace in quest'area. Dicevo, il Mar Rosso è una delle principali arterie commerciali del pianeta. Circa il 12-14% del commercio marittimo mondiale e il 30% del commercio via container passano per la rotta mediterranea. Ne abbiamo parlato a lungo a luglio nella riunione dei ministri del commercio del G7 a Reggio Calabria. In quell'occasione ho voluto portare i ministri anche a visitare il porto di Gioia Tauro, uno straordinaria infrastruttura logistica nel centro del Mediterraneo. Sono profondamente convinto che il tema delle infrastrutture sia centrale nell'impegno per la pace, perché dove passano le merci non passano le armi. In questa prospettiva è cruciale l'importanza di progetti come quello della Via del Cotone, che collegherà un paese strategico come l'India, e saluto il ministro degli esteri indiano Yashkanar, in attesa di accoglierlo a Fiuggi, con il Medio Oriente e con l'Europa attraverso l'Italia. Quando si parla di Medio Oriente allargato è impossibile non pensare anche ai Balcani, una regione prioritaria per il nostro Paese che abbiamo rimesso al centro anche delle priorità dell'Europa. Per questo ho voluto invitare a questi dialoghi mediterranei per la prima volta anche i paesi di questa regione. L'obiettivo è riunire la storia di quella regione con quella europea. Un investimento strategico cruciale per l'Europa, in cui l'Italia è in prima linea come operatore di pace e in particolare con i nostri uomini della missione KFOR, che è ora a comando italiano, con una presenza ulteriore anche della nostra Guardia di Finanza in Montenegro ed in Albania. E poi l'Africa, una priorità strategica assoluta del governo. Abbiamo promosso un nuovo approccio verso il continente, fondato su partenariati paritari in settori chiave come la sanità, la formazione professionale, l'energia, la sicurezza alimentare e l'agricoltura, con iniziative come il piano Mattei, che dovrebbe essere parte di un grande piano Marshall europeo che già vede i primi segnali forti con l'iniziativa Global Gateway. La priorità dell'Italia è ridare speranza e crescita a un continente che nel 2050 avrà più di 2,5 miliardi di abitanti. Per questo siamo impegnati a sostenere la produzione di vaccini direttamente in Africa, coinvolgendo le imprese italiane di eccellenza. Stiamo anche investendo molto nella formazione. Quest'anno abbiamo più che raddoppiato le borse di studio per studenti africani. L'obiettivo è promuovere la partecipazione dei giovani alla vita delle loro comunità, favorire la crescita, creare occupazione, anche coinvolgendo il nostro settore privato, anche in funzione di contrasto alle migrazioni irregolari, perché, come diceva Papa Benedetto XVI, anche non emigrare è un diritto umano. Perché se cresce l'Africa, crescono anche l'Italia e l'Europa, cresce tutta la grande regione del Mediterraneo allargato, che nella mia visione arriva fino all'India ed oltre. Guardiamo la speranza della pace del Mediterraneo in Medio Oriente, ma non soltanto. Altro tema chiave del G7 sarà l'Ucraina. Sabato abbiamo ricordato l'Holodomor, lo sterminio per fame di oltre 6 milioni di morti in Ucraina, voluto da Stalin. Pochi giorni fa il calendario ha segnato il triste anniversario dei 1000 giorni dall'inizio dell'aggressione russa. Un anniversario che l'Italia, come presidente di turno del G7, ha voluto ricordare favorendo una dichiarazione dei capi di governo nella quale abbiamo ribadito l'impegno per una pace giusta, che non può significare però la resa dell'Ucraina. Per questo nel nostro impegno a 360 gradi a fianco di Kiev sosteniamo tutti gli sforzi di dialogo per portare Mosca al tavolo del negoziato e parliamo con tutti i partner globali. Siamo anche in prima fila nell'assistenza umanitaria e nell'impegno per la ricostruzione. Stiamo dedicando un'attenzione particolare al settore elettrico, cruciale per la popolazione civile, nel momento in cui sta arrivando l'inverno. Sono molto lieto che il Parlamento abbia ratificato l'accordo con la Banca Europea per lo Sviluppo per un grande progetto di 200 milioni di euro per sostenere il sistema elettrico ucraino dopo l'accordo che avevo firmato a Monaco in febbraio. Pochi giorni fa ho ospitato al Ministero un importante business forum e a luglio del prossimo anno organizzeremo in Italia la conferenza internazionale per la ricostruzione. Signor Presidente, gentili ospiti, i dialoghi mediterranei hanno un compito cruciale. Le vostre discussioni arricchiranno il G7 che aprirò tra poco, offrendo spunti, punti di vista, prospettive nuove che saranno molto importanti per i nostri lavori. Vogliamo essere all'altezza della sfida della pace, del dialogo e della crescita. Lo faremo con l'orgoglio di una politica estera italiana che costruisce ponti e vuole aprire sempre nuovi canali di dialogo. E voi siete i nostri grandi interlocutori. Grazie a tutti quanti voi e buon lavoro.
Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan, is now invited to the podium.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, dear Antonio, dear colleagues, good morning to you all. And I'm grateful for the Italian Foreign Ministry and for ISPI for convening this conference at a time, as the President of ISPI described, a very challenging time for the region, a time of peril, a time of despair. And he said convening this conference was a choice. And I think getting out of the miserable reality that the region is living now is also a choice that we all have to make for the sake of our people, for the sake of our region, for the sake of peace, stability, and security for all. It has become more challenging for any of us, I guess, to speak at such forum, because everything that needs to be said has been said. What has been missing is action to translate our collective message of peace into a reality, and so that we can get over the misery of war and destruction that have haunted the region, not just for a year, but for decades, if we are to look at the comprehensive picture. Do we describe the situation? I think a year into the conflict in Gaza, everybody who wants to know what's happening is brutally aware of what's happening in Gaza. But it's simply over a year of aggression in Gaza has destroyed a whole community. Gaza is now a graveyard for children, a graveyard for human values, a graveyard for international law. Israel has killed over 40,000 Palestinians, destroyed schools, hospitals, infrastructure. UNRWA today just warned of the fact that over 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza now will suffer from floods as the rainy season begins and the sewage system and pipeline system has been destroyed. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz has reported that Jabalia, once the largest refugee camp in Gaza, has now been reduced to rubble. It is uninhabitable, it said. So this is the reality of misery that we have. Move to the West Bank. Even before October 7, all horizons for peace were closed. Settlements, confiscation of land, eviction of people from their homes, denial of the need to move forward with a peace plan have destroyed hope and have killed what took years of effort in terms of building people's belief in the viability of peace. Move to Lebanon, again. We have a conflict, we have a war that continues in Lebanon. There are news now of a possible ceasefire. We all hope and pray that this ceasefire will be realized, because the absence of it will mean more destruction and more war and more animosity and more dehumanization and more hatred and more bitterness, which will doom the future of the region to more conflict and more killing and more destruction. Syria, the world has come to live with status quo politics. As long as the crisis is not affecting everybody else, global actors as it were, then we can live with the crisis. But the cost of that is that millions of people have been displaced, millions of people have been living in poverty. Terrorism is thriving again, drug trafficking, weapons trafficking is also emerging. This is the reality of the Middle East, despite the fact that, as the President of ISPI said, this is a region that has a tremendous promise with its multiculturalism, its rich history, its rich human talent. We can make it a better place. But how do we make it a better place? By simply achieving peace, a peace that will allow everybody in the region to live in security, in dignity, with hope, with opportunity. And how do we move about to bringing that peace? And I think the answer is simple. In the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, we in the Arab world have been ready for peace. Our Arab Peace Initiative goes back to the year 2002. We want a just and lasting peace that will guarantee the security of Israel and guarantee the security of everybody in the region and fulfill the rights of the Palestinian people to freedom and statehood. Live and let live. That is what we're putting on the table. Because war, as history has shown, will not bring about security, will not bring about peace, will not bring about prosperity, will not allow us all to tackle the challenges that are denying our young people the future that they deserve. How could a war that has denied 650,000 kids in Gaza their right to go to school is going to produce peace? Now, Lebanon has also decided that all schools in Beirut will be closed for the year because schools have been turned into shelters. How is this going to guarantee security for Israel, or guarantee security for the Palestinians, or guarantee security for our region? These are the fundamental questions that need to be addressed. So our proposal in Jordan, and Jordan has been at the receiving end of every crisis in the region. And therefore, when we speak of peace because we know the consequences of the absence of peace, not just on us, but on the whole region. What are our priorities for now? If I am to set them in order of priorities based on the impact of the current situation, we need an end of the aggression in Gaza and in Lebanon. We need a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire that will stop the killing, stop the destruction, and restore a sense of normalcy to life. And after that, we need to launch a massive humanitarian effort to address the humanitarian catastrophe that exists there in Gaza. And we in Jordan have been ready, we've been working to send as much aid as we can into Gaza, send food, send milk formula, send whatever, bread, flour, anything. And we can surge our humanitarian effort, but for that to happen, we need the crossing points to open. And His Majesty was very clear that Jordan is ready to launch a humanitarian bridge, aerial bridge, a land bridge, to send as much aid as we can to Gaza. And we're ready to do that, and we're grateful for the support that our partners have shown in this effort. And my dear friend Antonio mentioned to the cooperation between Jordan and Italy on that. And then we need to start looking at the broader picture. How do we make sure that this misery does not happen again? And for that not to happen again, we need to look at the root cause of the conflict. And the root cause of a conflict is that there is an occupation that has yet to show any signs of ending. On the contrary, it is being consolidated. So the peace that we put on the table is a peace that would, as I said, fulfill the rights of the Palestinian people to statehood, fulfill Israel's right to security, and we all in the region, as we've said, we are willing to collectively guarantee the security of Israel in the context of a peace that ends occupation and allows for the establishment of a sovereign, viable, independent Palestinian state on the basis of the two-state solution, June 4, 1967 lines with East Jerusalem as capital. If we do that, then we will have solved the biggest problem in the region, because everything else is one way or the other a function of this conflict. If you bring about that Palestinian-Israeli peace, then the whole region will start addressing the consequences of the failure to achieve that peace for decades, and then we can all come together to address the other challenges that we have. We have a young population that need jobs, that need education. Only if we have peace and we come together, we can provide the opportunity that our young people deserve. And we can start working on that. We can start addressing the challenge of unemployment. That is a huge challenge for all of us in the region. We can start addressing the challenges of environment, climate change, cooperation, all of these things. For that to happen, we need to have peace. And then we can also start really getting global actors with regional actors together to address the broader challenges that our region faces. In Europe, there's tremendous concern with migration. And we understand that concern, because we in Jordan, again, as the largest per capita host of refugees in the world, we understand that this is a challenge that must be addressed. But in order for that challenge to be addressed, we need to solve the root causes, again, of the migration and refugee issues. And we go to Syria, and that means a political solution needs to be implemented immediately. Doubling down on positions that have done nothing but prolonged the crisis for decades is not going to solve the problem. So can we all come together again in an effort to try and bring about a political solution that would end the Syrian crisis on basis that guarantee its sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and safety of its people, and move forward? If we do that, we solve the issue of refugees, because we will then have created conditions conducive for refugees to go back to their country, and that again needs global actors to come together with regional actors to do that. The challenge that we're facing is that even before October 7, there has been a kind of normalization with the problems that we have. Let's just manage them. But what did good management do is, before October 7, we were clear in Jordan in warning against the consequences of the absence of peace horizons. I think if you recall His Majesty King Abdullah's speech to the General Assembly in September of last year, where he was unequivocal in warning that unless we restore hope, the region is going to explode. And exploded dead in ways that have shamed all of us, because we've been unable solve that challenge thus far. So we cannot just normalize with conflict. We cannot agree to management of conflicts. We've got to be honest with each other. We've got to say that the security of the Middle East is key to the security of Europe. As you said, Antonio, we are one region, and this region needs to come together. And I think we need to have clarity on what we need to do. We need to start again, move from the mode of crisis management into crisis resolution. And for doing that, you have partners in the region. As I said, we in the Arab world are ready, willing, able to work with everybody to bring about, on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, to bring about a just peace that guarantees the rights of the Palestinians and the security of Israel, because they go hand in hand. We do fully understand that unless the Palestinians' rights fully are fulfilled, and unless Israel's right to security is fulfilled, we'll never have that peace that we all deserve. And then, as I said, we move in other crises, whether in Lebanon, whether in Syria, whether in other parts of the world, and we come together and move forward. Other than that, my friends, I think we're all looking at the immediate impact of the conflict. Very few are looking at the longer-term impact of the conflict. We in Jordan, being in the region, we have to look at the longer-term impact. And the biggest challenge that we're going to have is how are we going to navigate the bitterness, the dehumanization, the anger, the hatred that have come out of this conflict. Unless we're able to put an alternative, unless we're able to put a solution, unless we're able to restore hope, we will not be able to do that, and the region will be doomed to more conflict. What we're asking for is fairness. What we're asking for is implementation of international law equally, regardless of the race and balance of power of the parties to the conflict. What we're asking for is respecting our humanitarian values, and what we're asking for is for all of us to come together with clarity on what needs to be done to bring about peace to our region, so that we can all come together and addressing the biggest challenge of making life better for all our peoples in all its dimensions. We cannot wait no more. We cannot just pay lip service to solutions anymore, including the two-state solution. We have to act, and we have to act now, because failure to act is making every day worse than the day before it, whether in terms of humanitarian suffering, in terms of respect for international law, in terms of how people see each other, south versus north. That divide is deepening, and we've got to bridge it before it is too late. So my call here is a call that Jordan has always made. Let us come together. Let's make sure that we end conflicts, end the suffering, end discrimination in terms of the application of international law, and move on a track that will guarantee peace and prosperity for all our regions, so that we can again rise up to the challenge of building a better future for all our people. Thank you so much.
Subramanyam Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India, is now invited to the podium.
Your Excellency, President Mattarella, Excellency Vice President and Foreign Minister Tajani, Mr. Franco Bruni, colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be back at the Mediterranean Dialogue. Allow me to offer some thoughts on the key themes of this meeting. The first point is on the relevance of India to the Mediterranean. Our annual trade with the Mediterranean nations is about $80 billion. We have a diaspora here of 460,000, about 40% of that in Italy. Our key interests are in fertilizers, energy, water technology, diamonds, defense, and cyber. India has significant projects underway as airports, ports, railway, steel, green hydrogen, phosphates, and submarine cables. Our political relations with the Mediterranean are strong, and our defense collaboration is growing, including more exercises and exchanges. Let me now shift to the Middle East and present India's interest there. Our trade with the Gulf alone is in the range of $160 to $180 billion annually. The rest of MENA adds about another $20 billion. More than 9 million Indians live and work in the Middle East. Whether it is energy, technology, industrial projects, or services, we have big stakes. It is also a region to which we are connected in history, culture, and security. For these very reasons, you may expect India's presence and activities to grow, especially as we move from being the 5th largest economy in the world to the 3rd. The Mediterranean presents both opportunities and risks in an uncertain and volatile world. Beyond extrapolating current trends, the new element of our relationship will be connectivity. The IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, that was announced in September 2020, can be a game changer. The conflict underway currently in the Middle East has undoubtedly been a major complication, but it is proceeding, the IMEC is proceeding ahead on the eastern side, especially between India and the UAE and Saudi Arabia. I also flag your attention to the I2U2 grouping of India, Israel, UAE, and the US, expected to be more active in times to come. That said, we all recognize that the world is experiencing severe stress. Two major conflicts are underway. Supply chains are insecure. Connectivity, especially maritime, stands disrupted. Climate events are more extreme and frequent, and the COVID pandemic has left deep scars. Today, I focus my remarks on the conflicts. The situation in the Middle East is obviously deeply concerning, both for what has happened and what may still come. India unequivocally condemns terrorism and hostage-taking. It also regards large-scale civilian casualties in military operations to be unacceptable. International humanitarian law cannot be disregarded. In immediate terms, we should all support a ceasefire. India has also extended relief directly and through UNRWA. In the longer term, it is imperative that the future of the Palestinian people be addressed. India favors a two-state solution. Our concerns have also been increasing on the widening of the conflict. We have been in regular touch with both Israel and Iran at the highest levels to advocate restraint and enhance communication. Where Lebanon is concerned, there is an Indian contingent, like Italy, as part of UNIFIL. With regard to the Gulf of Aden and the Northern Arabian Sea, Indian naval ships have been deployed since last year to protect commercial shipping. Given our capacity to engage various parties, we are always willing to contribute meaningfully to any international diplomatic endeavors. Addressing the conflict in Ukraine is the other urgent imperative of our times. It is well into its 3rd year. The continuation of this conflict has serious destabilizing consequences, including for the Mediterranean. What is clear is that no solution is going to emerge from the battlefield. India has consistently held the view that disputes in this era cannot be settled by war. There must be a return to dialogue and diplomacy. The sooner, the better. This is a widespread sentiment in the world today, especially in the global south. Since June this year, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has personally engaged leaders of both Russia and Ukraine to this end. This has included his visiting Moscow and Kiev. Our senior officials remain in continuous touch. We firmly believe that those who have the ability to explore finding common ground must step up to that responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we are today on the threshold of a new era. It is one of re-globalizing, rebalancing, and multipolarity. It is also a more technology-centered future with a premium on mobility of talent and greener growth. Opportunities in this world are as indivisible as anxieties. A closer and stronger relationship between India and the Mediterranean will serve both of us well. I thank you for your attention.
Abdallah Bouhabib, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Emigrants of Lebanon, is now invited to the podium.
Your Excellency, President Sergio Mattarella, dear colleague Antonio Tajani, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Marco Bruni, ladies and gentlemen. Europe and the Middle East are geographically interlinked and share a long history and overlapping interests. The two regions have experienced eras of peace, prosperity, and cooperation. Both have also faced challenges, frictions, and clashes. The only constant, however, is that they have affected each other with fortunes and misfortunes. When one of them sneezes, the other catches the cold. In a globalized world, there is a strong opportunity to coordinate, cooperate, and thrive together. Located at the crossroad between different civilizations and cultures, Lebanon has always been a bridge between Europe and the Middle East. Lebanon is now facing multi-layer military, economic, political, and social challenges. An effective Europe support is essential and of common interest. Lebanon believes that the efforts of peacekeeping forces, UNIFIL, operating in its south is essential and vital for bringing about peace. Lebanese are grateful that 17 European countries are an integral and essential part in UNIFIL. In that regard, Lebanon strongly condemns any attack on UNIFIL and calls on all sides to respect the safety, security of the troops and their premises. Moreover, Lebanon condemns recent attack on the Italian contingent and deplores such unjustified hostilities. UNIFIL is a bridge of cooperation between Lebanon and international legitimacy. Small countries like Lebanon seek shelter under the umbrella of the United Nations and its institutions to shield themselves from external greed and aggressions. The attacks, killing, destruction, and displacement of about 1.5 million Lebanese makes us more determined to seek the support of the international community to overcome the challenges we face. The assistance of the Friends of Lebanon is instrumental for recovery and rebound. The Lebanese aspire for a strong state that defends their rights, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. The prevailing conviction of policymakers in the post-independence area, that was 1943, was that Lebanon's strength lies in its weakness. If Lebanon is not a threat to its neighborhood, then no one would threaten us. Consequently, the failure to implement United Nations resolutions to create a Palestinian state had a spillover effect on Lebanon starting the mid-60s. Ever since, our efforts to build strong military and security institutions did not materialize. For this to happen, we need your support to build armed and security forces to defend and protect our territories. The prevailing challenges require collective national and international efforts to build robust Lebanese security apparatus. Our main goal is to empower the legitimate national authority as the guarantor for security and peace. In this context, symmetrical and full implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701 is the gate for stability. Lebanon is ready to fulfill its obligations stipulated in the above-mentioned resolution. This literally means, and I quote, there will be no weapons without the consent of the government of Lebanon and no authority other than that of the government of Lebanon, end of quote. To realize the objectives, the Lebanese government realizes that two necessary conditions are required: an immediate ceasefire and deployment of additional Lebanese troops south of the Litani River. Once the above are realized, and in cooperation with UNIFIL, Lebanon will be able to extend its authority over its territory. We reiterate Lebanon's commitment to peace and security in our region, and we will call for a safe return of the displaced to their villages and towns on both sides of the borders. Nevertheless, permanent and sustainable security and peace on the Lebanese-Israeli border necessitates ending Israel's occupation of Lebanese territories. Otherwise, continuous occupation will generate resistance and potentially future conflicts. In conclusion, I invite Europe to strengthen our historic partnership. Europe has friends on the other side of the Mediterranean, including Lebanon. We look forward to working with European partners to build a Mediterranean basin of peace, justice, and prosperities. Let's join hands to overcome instability and conflicts, and thank you and best wishes for a successful forum.
Badr Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, is now invited to the podium.
Thank you so much, His Excellency President Sergio Mattarella, President of the Italian Republic, the Honorable Antonio Tajani, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister and the International Cooperation of the Italian Republic, Mr. Franco Bruni, the President of the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Italian government and the organizers of the Rome Mediterranean Dialogues Forum. The convening of the forum's 10th edition reflects its significance as a vital platform for addressing political, security, economic, and social issues of our mutual concerns, with the overarching goal of achieving security, stability, and development in our Mediterranean region and beyond. Our region the cradle of civilizations, now stands at a crossroads, grappling with numerous challenges that demand bold measures and decisive actions. This is especially urgent given the serious threats to peace and regional stability and security, especially in the Middle East, including the ongoing conflict and the current aggressions by Israel in Gaza, which is now extending for more than a year, and the unacceptable and condemned continuous Israeli aggression and daily violations of the Lebanese sovereignty. This year's forum convenes, as you all know, amid a relentless war on Palestinian people in Gaza and in the West Bank. Despite over a year of repeated appeals to the international community to intervene and stop these attacks and the aggressions, which is threatening the security of the region, and the military Israeli machinery continues its tragic toll on innocent lives, most of them women and children. In this context, I wish to reaffirm Egypt's vision for ending this vicious cycle of violence and this aggression. This vision is rooted in several key principles. Chief among them is, of course, an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in Lebanon, the release of hostages and detainees in the Gaza Strip, also the unhindering access for humanitarian aid and the initiation of a serious and genuine political process which leading to the acknowledgement and the realization of the Palestinian viable state on the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. Let me therefore assure you of Egypt's unwavering commitments to its efforts aimed at de-escalation in the Middle East and achieving a just and lasting peace among its people. I would like also to refer to our intention in Egypt to convene a ministerial conference on mobilizing international aid to Gaza that will be convened in Cairo on the 2nd of December. I would like to refer to our continuous efforts in order to put an end to the Israeli aggression on Lebanon. Esteemed attendees, I am confident that we are all agree that the Mediterranean region is full of opportunities and resources that must be harnessed within a framework of genuine partnership in order to achieve our shared objectives, particularly in the realms of security, economic development. On this occasion, I reiterate Egypt's readiness and steadfast commitments to its leadership role in supporting all efforts aimed at addressing our shared challenges, ensuring that this region becomes a beacon of security, stability, prosperity, and progress. In this regard, I would like to focus on three key issues given the limited time available for my remarks. The first is the issue of migration, which is a top priority for many Mediterranean countries, including our host country, Italy. Egypt remains committed to combating irregular migration through a comprehensive approach that addresses its root causes, incorporating developmental and investment dimensions, and promoting regular migration pathways. I would like also to highlight Egypt's successful efforts in curbing and stopping all kinds of irregular and illegal migration flows from Egypt's coasts and borders since September 2016. Furthermore, Egypt hosts more than 9.5 million refugees in Egypt who are enjoying access to all basic services like Egyptians, including healthcare, including education, and we will continue to contributing to alleviate the suffering of our guests in Egypt. The second issue relates to cooperation in the field of energy. One of the most critical areas of collaboration among countries of our region. This includes both traditional sources of energy as well as renewable and clean energy. Egypt is designating itself as a hub for production and export of renewable energy as well as clean energy, including green hydrogen. We have two major projects of electricity interconnectivity with Europe, one through Greece with 3,000 megawatt interconnectivity project, and another one with Italy with the same capacity. So, Egypt also is hosting the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, and we will continue to contribute to advancing efforts to ensure energy security, which is a cornerstone of regional stability and security in the Mediterranean region. The third point, as my dear friend Antonio Tajani mentioned, is the issue of the Red Sea and the escalation in the Red Sea. This is extremely dangerous issue for the freedom of navigation, and maybe Egypt is the most affected country with the escalation in the Red Sea region. Egypt is losing every month more than $600 million. The total loss of Egypt now since the eruption of the conflict is exceeding $8 billion due to the decrease of the revenue of the Suez Canal. In conclusion, I wish to renew my thanks to the Italian government for organizing this timely forum at such a critical time. I hope that its discussions over the coming 2 days will yield actionable ideas that will bolster our collective efforts to achieve security and prosperity for our peoples and future generations. Let me conclude by reiterating that military supremacy will not bring peace and stability to Israel and to our neighborhood. Only acknowledging the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people and the peoples of our region through coexistence, through respecting international law and international humanitarian law. This is the only way out to bring enduring peace and stability to Israel and to the region. Thank you so much.
Reem Ebrahim Al-Hashimi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, is now invited to the podium.
Mr. President of the Italian Republic, His Excellency Sergio Mattarella, Your Excellency, my dear friend Antonio Tajani, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, It's a great pleasure to participate in the 10th edition of the Rome Med Dialogue, a forum that has truly distinguished itself as one of the most prominent platforms for discussing strategies that aim to foster greater stability and prosperity, not only in Europe, but also in the Mediterranean region and across the entire world. This is especially timely at a moment when we face numerous ongoing conflicts and challenges that demand urgent attention. I'd like to thank the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and the Italian Institute for International Political Studies for their gracious hospitality and for organizing such an impressive event. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, all of us here today share a commitment to a future of stability and peace. However, the past few years have been exceptionally challenging for all of us, engendering a perpetual cycle of violence and a perpetual cycle of global crises. For us in the Middle East, particularly over in this past year, we've witnessed an alarming escalation of interconnected security and political crises. These crises have had dire humanitarian effects, overwhelming the capacities of diplomacy and the region to respond effectively. After more than a year of devastating war in Gaza, we're meeting today against the backdrop of growing military conflicts in the Middle East with recent attacks on Israel, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, and Yemen. The risk of an all-out military confrontation looms large. In this context, I want to re-emphasize that we must also focus our efforts on humanitarian intervention, particularly amongst the most vulnerable. Children, the elderly, women are all civilians bearing the brunt of these conflicts, and we must protect them all. The stability and future of all of our societies are at stake, because every day of this conflict, every escalation of violence erases the promise of a better tomorrow for the next generation. The most urgent priority now must be to reach an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in Lebanon, to lift all obstacles to humanitarian aid and to protect civilians. We cannot afford to ignore the long-term effects of this violence. You've heard it so eloquently from His Excellency Ayman Safadi. No one is speaking of these long-term impacts that will take generations at least to unravel. These victims deserve to grow up in a world where peace, stability, and hope are not just ideals, but are actually practical realities. For us in the UAE, we endeavor to support all the efforts to end conflict. And we've also placed alongside our foreign policy, and at the forefront of that, the necessity of humanitarian aid. In Gaza, the UAE has emerged as the largest donor of bilateral humanitarian aid globally. We have left no stone unturned in our efforts to provide essential support and alleviate the suffering of those in dire need. Our commitment to humanitarian aid reflects our unwavering dedication to peace and stability, despite how hard it is to get there. Our determination to make a tangible difference in the lives of those most affected is unwavering. I'm emphasizing the importance of humanitarian action because we must recognize that humanitarian consideration is not a secondary objective during periods of political turmoil. They must be non-negotiable and integrated into the very fabric of every decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, on Europe's eastern flank, as the war in Ukraine continues, the human toll is rising and critical infrastructure is being destroyed. In the Emirates, we've always stressed that in the interest of the international system, the war in Ukraine can only be resolved through a political dialogue. Continued escalation will only deepen the suffering faced by civilians and risk wider instability. At the same time, I must emphasize there are tens, if not hundreds, of conflicts ongoing around the world that are not receiving the attention that they deserve. These crises, though often overlooked, continue to inflict tremendous suffering and contribute to global instability. We must recognize that all such conflicts, regardless of their location, demand our equal attention and focus. Once again, we are at that critical juncture where decisions that we make today in 2024 can very well shape the future of an entire generation. We must act with urgency and work collaboratively to build that more stable and peaceful world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, it's crucial that we strengthen existing platforms for dialogue and collaboration to explore innovative ideas and perspectives. To foster opportunity and drive economic growth, the international community must also prioritize stability and build trust against a backdrop of significant trust deficit. Achieving economic progress and expanding prosperity depends also on creating the conditions for that lasting peace and security. These conditions will be key to addressing our urgent global challenges, including the climate crisis, food insecurity, and other critical issues related to security, the environment, as well as technology. The path forward requires collective action to ensure that stability underpins our efforts to tackle these challenges and secure a better future for all. In the United Arab Emirates, we strive and continue to build bridges of dialogue to strengthen the multilateral system and to encourage economic and diplomatic cooperation wherever and whenever possible. We also have a national interest in expanding our presence in new areas, as demonstrated by our increased focus in digital technology and also in artificial intelligence. While navigating a complex and tense political environment, the UAE firmly believes that progress must and will continue. In these extraordinary times, we recognize that addressing regional challenges while simultaneously building for the future is essential. Today, the Mediterranean stands again at that center, a middle ground for both Europe and its neighboring partners to work together and create the peace and prosperity that all our countries and citizens deserve. Business as usual is no longer sufficient. We must adapt and innovate in the face of unprecedented challenges to ensure a more stable and prosperous future for all. Thank you for your time and attention.
Ahmed Aboulgate, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, is now invited to the podium.
President Mattarella, allow me please to speak in Arabic since I am the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, so it is imperative on me to speak the language of the region, more or less. فخامة الرئيس سيرجيو ماتاريلا رئيس الجمهورية الإيطالية، حضور الكريم، ربما تكون هذه هي المرة السادسة التي أشارك فيها في حوار روما المتوسط. أشكر إيطاليا على هذه الدعوة الكريمة وأتقدم لها بتحية حارة على جعل هذا المنتدى مساحة جادة ونابضة بالحيوية للحوار بين ضفتي المتوسط، بل وفي الفضاء الأوسع لهذا البحر الذي أسهم في صنع تاريخنا جميعاً. إنه بحرنا، مار نوستروم، كما كان الرومان أثناء الإمبراطورية أو الجمهورية يطلقون عليه، وهو اليوم بالفعل بحرنا جميعاً. نحن الذين نتشارك ضفافه ونتأثر بثقافته. لقد كان هذا البحر عبر التاريخ معبراً وناقلاً للحضارة والازدهار، ويتعين أن يظل هكذا. وليس بخاف أن السلام والازدهار والاستقرار يواجه اختباراً صعباً في هذه المنطقة من العالم، وما نخشى عليه جميعاً هو مستقبل التعايش بين الأجيال القادمة، وخاصة بين اليهود والعرب، وهذه نقطة لا يجب أن تفوت أحداً. تحدث عنها وزير خارجية الأردن منذ دقائق. وإن كانت هناك من عبرة أو خلاصة بعد أكثر من 416 يوماً من حرب الإبادة التي شنتها ولا زالت إسرائيل على الفلسطينيين في غزة، فهي أن الوضع القائم غير قابل للاستقرار أو للاستمرار، هو سراب خادع كان ظاهره الاستقرار وباطنه الشعور الكاسح بالظلم والخوف والحرمان من الكرامة، وبالتالي هو وصفة لسنوات وعقود قادمة من العنف والدماء لا يجب أن يفوت أحد، هو وصفة لعقود قادمة من الظلم والحرب والدماء. ومع إدراكنا جميعاً لهذه الحقيقة البسيطة، إلا أن قوة الاحتلال إسرائيل تحاول تحقيق المستحيل. هي تريد العودة إلى يوم 6 أكتوبر، أي قبل الهجمات أو هجمة 7 أكتوبر. وهجمة 7 أكتوبر أنا شخصياً أعترض على الكثير من جوانبها. لا يجب أن يفوتنا أن هناك احتلال مضى عليه ما يزيد عن 55 عاماً، احتلال للأرض. لا يجب أن يفوت أحد هذا الوضع. الوهم الإسرائيلي بأن كل شيء كان عظيماً قبل 7 أكتوبر، أي أنها تسعى بشن هذه الحروب الدموية على غزة وعلى لبنان إلى استعادة الوضع القائم وتثبيت الاحتلال في صورة أكثر وحشية وتجرداً من أبسط معاني وقيم الإنسانية. لقد رأينا جميعاً ثمن تثبيت الاحتلال: أكثر من 43,000 قتيل في غزة، وأكثر من 100,000 جريح، وقطاع تهدمت بنيته التحتية بالكامل فصار أطلالاً فوق أطلال. هذا هو ثمن استمرار الاحتلال الذي يدفعه الفلسطينيين من دمائهم ومستقبلهم. يدفعونه في غزة وفي الضفة كل يوم وكل ساعة من أجل أن تعيد إسرائيل تثبيت احتلالها لأرض فلسطين. تلاحظون أنني أتحدث طوال الوقت عن الاحتلال. الاحتلال لا يجب أن ينسى أحد أن هناك احتلال للأرض. هل يتحمل العالم استمرار هذا الاحتلال، خاصة في طبعته الأحدث القائمة على الفصل العنصري الأبارتايد؟ هذا هو السؤال الذي يتعين أن نطرحه على أنفسنا ونجيب عليه بكل أمانة وصدق مع النفس. وأقول بوضوح أن الاحتلال غير قابل للاستمرار من دون أن يتحول لنظام كامل من الفصل العنصري ويقوم على البطش اليومي والقتل، إذ لا سبيل لإخضاع ملايين الفلسطينيين الرافضين للحكم الإسرائيلي والذين يأبون الإقرار بسيادة إسرائيل على أرض فلسطين سوى بالعنف والمزيد من العنف. لا يجب أن يفوت أحد أن هناك 7 مليون فلسطيني في الأراضي المحتلة. 7 مليون فلسطيني في الأراضي المحتلة، ويوجد أيضاً ما يقرب من 2 مليون فلسطيني في أرض إسرائيل. إن هجمات 7 أكتوبر لم تحدث في الضفة الغربية، ولكن الضفة تتعرض منذ عام وأكثر لعدوان متواصل اقتحامات يومية وقتل ممنهج ومصادرة للأراضي واعتقالات إدارية. وهناك أيضاً المستوطنون، ونعلم ماذا يفعلون ونتابع كل شيء. وهناك عملية استفزاز مستمرة للفلسطينيين في أراضي الضفة الغربية لا يجب أن تفوت أحد. علينا أن نفكر ملياً في الأيديولوجية التي تعانقها هؤلاء والأفكار التي تحركهم. إسرائيل تسعى للأسف الشديد إلى ابتلاع كل أرض فلسطين، كل أرض فلسطين. إسرائيل حالياً تستحوذ على 82% من أرض فلسطين التاريخية بين النهر والبحر الأبيض المتوسط، هذا البحر الذي نشترك جميعاً في ملكيته. ويبقى للفلسطينيين 18%. إسرائيل تحاول أن تضع يدها على 18% بدعوى حق الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس. حق الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس أمر الحقيقة لا يجب أن يفوت أحد. هذه هي أجندة إسرائيل القادمة: استمرار الاحتلال، ابتلاع الأرض، فرض الرؤية الإسرائيلية على عدد مقابل من الفلسطينيين، مقابل تماماً لشعب إسرائيل. هذا وضع لا يقبله العالم. قبل أن أختتم حديثي أود أن أتعرض إلى نقطة شخصية تعكس رؤية للمستقبل. لقد كنت أحد أعضاء الوفد المصري في محادثات كامب ديفيد مع الرئيس أنور السادات في سبتمبر 78. كنت عضواً صغيراً في الوفد، ربما كنت أصغر أعضاء الوفد، وكنت أيضاً عضواً في الوفد المصري لمفاوضات مدريد، قمة مدريد سنة 91. وشاركت طوال هذه السنوات في كل هذا الجهد. ثم كلفت وزيراً للخارجية المصرية ل7 سنوات، وعملت طويلاً في عملية السلام. وحقيقة كنت وما زلت مقتنعاً جداً بعملية السلام، ومقتنعاً جداً بالسلام بين العرب وإسرائيل. وهذه قناعة شخصية اجتهدت فيها. ولكن ما حدث وما يحدث الآن، ورغم اقتناعي المؤكد أن الفلسطينيين سوف يحققون هدف الحصول على دولة فلسطينية على أرض أو ما بقي من أرض فلسطين، إلا أنني وأخشى كثيراً على مستقبل هذه العلاقة بين الشعب الفلسطيني والشعب الإسرائيلي والشعب العربي والشعوب العربية وشعب إسرائيل. الهدف يجب أن يكون العيش المشترك والتعاون المشترك، ولا يمنع إطلاقاً أن يكون هناك دولة فلسطينية، إسرائيل، تعايش في إطار سياسي وحتى اقتصادي وتعاون أمني. ولكن لا يجب السماح ولن يحدث أن تقبل الأمة العربية أو الدول العربية ما يقال عن السلام وننسى حق الفلسطينيين. هذا لن يتحقق. شكراً جزيلاً.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is now over. Please remain seated as the head of state leaves the room. Si prega i gentili ospiti di rimanere ai propri posti per consentire l'uscita del capo dello Stato. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as the head of state leaves the room.
And hope that one day there will be peace with a two-state solution.
Impegniamo e ci impegneremo a favore della de-escalation.
Occorre por fine alla catena di azioni e reazioni
Ladies and gentlemen, the two following sessions in Plenary I and Plenary II will begin shortly.
11:45, sì. Non lo so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the two sessions happening in Plenary I and Plenary II will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The following session is about to start.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Emma Marcegaglia. I'm Vice President of ISPI, and I'm very glad and honored to chair such a distinguished panel. We will discuss about some key subjects, which is securing economic stability in times of war and disruption. Let me just say a few words to introduce my outstanding panels and speaker. As we know, and also we heard this morning, the war in Gaza is taking a big toll on the MENA economies. And we know what we are witnessing, disruption of trade in the Red Sea, rising of indebtedness, and also uncertainty among investors are becoming more and more important and are exacerbated an already challenging economic environment in the region. This reverberation of the crisis are hitting strongly industries, the shipping sectors, the logistics sectors of countries, even not only of the region, but also far from the region, thinks about some Asian state. So with growth expected to slow, new efforts are needed to support a pathway of economic resilience, diversification, and macroeconomic reform. So there are some questions that we'll try to answer during our panel that are, how can improve synergies among international actors, local institutions, and business communities to contribute to unlock growth? How international efforts could be conveyed to strengthen the region's economic stability? And finally, also, what is the role of trade? Can we, through a fair trade, lower trade barriers, try to enhance the growth of this region? So now let me introduce my outstanding speaker here. Let's start with Edmondo Cirielli, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Italy. Welcome, Deputy Minister. Carlos Conde, Head of Middle East and Africa Division of the OECD. Welcome. Marco Hanapel, Area Vice President, Southwest Europe, Philip Morris International. Welcome, Marco. And Alia Mubayed, Founder, Association of Women Economists, MENA. Welcome. I understand that you have been here several times, so thank you and welcome again. So we will have 2 rounds of questions. And I hope, since time is not long, I ask you to stay in 5 minutes for each question. So let's start with the first round. I, of course, start with the Vice Minister, Edmondo Cirielli. So, Minister, what are the main initiatives that the Italian government is taken to restore stability and mitigate the effect of economic disruption in the main regions? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Grazie. Allora, innanzitutto grazie a tutti gli ospiti, soprattutto gli stranieri che sono qui. Le conseguenze gravi di un periodo di crisi, di guerra sull'economia rappresentano sicuramente un qualcosa di importante. Il caso specifico, l'Italia è del Medio Oriente oltre che dell'Europa, quindi si trova automaticamente proiettata in prima linea. Ma il tema centrale innanzitutto è quello del costo umano e credo che sia bene ribadire quello che ha già detto il Ministro Tajani, come l'Italia sia in prima linea, da una parte sul piano diplomatico per cercare di riportare la pace in Medio Oriente, utilizzando la nostra tradizionale equidistanza, capacità sempre di non avere agende segrete, di non assumere mai atteggiamenti imperialisti e di essere, come ho detto prima, un partner che fa parte del Medio Oriente, quindi giochiamo in casa. La nostra azione per la mediazione nel conflitto tra Israele e i suoi vicini, conseguenza diretta dell'aggressione gravissima del 7 ottobre, è bene ricordarla, corroborata da numerosissimi ostaggi che sono ancora nelle mani dei terroristi di Hamas, ma rispetto al quale l'Italia ha sempre agito con la massima fermezza per far sì che ci sia un comportamento proporzionato e salvaguardare le vite degli innocenti che non meritano mai di essere coinvolte nei conflitti per nessuna motivazione. Quindi la nostra ferma linea per portare avanti la pace, il cessate il fuoco sia in Gaza che in Libano. Ma l'Italia è stata in prima linea con il Food for Gaza, per tanti aiuti umanitari che arrivano ai profughi, anche in Siria abbiamo riaperto l'ambasciata, abbiamo riaperto il canale diplomatico della cooperazione. È chiaro che a fianco a questo impegno l'Italia, insieme a tutto il mondo, insieme alle Nazioni Unite e ai nostri partner dell'Unione Europea, ritiene che nel breve l'intervento della missione Aspides, che ponga fine agli attacchi terroristici degli Houthi, ricordiamo questa organizzazione terroristica e secessionista dello Yemen, che ha rivolto attacchi missilistici in passato anche contro città dell'Arabia Saudita, degli Emirati Arabi, quindi insomma la loro azione è nota da tempo. Oggi si è rivolta in maniera strumentale e appunto strumentalizzando la vicenda del conflitto arabo-israeliano per farsi conoscere e attentare alla libertà del commercio. Quindi noi siamo in prima linea anche da questo punto di vista. È chiaro che non è solo la risposta militare. L'Italia è il paese al mondo che ha il PIL, la percentuale delle esportazioni più alta rispetto al PIL, e quindi chiaramente noi siamo per la libertà di commerci, siamo per una lotta ai protezionismi, ai dazi, e una delle conseguenze rischiose appunto di questo mondo fosco, di guerre, di blocco del canale di Suez, o quantomeno di una sua forte riduzione commerciale, è un clima generale di protezionismo che potrebbe coinvolgere e contagiare tutto il mondo, per cui noi lavoriamo anche su questo. Allo stesso tempo è molto importante anche lavorare in medio e lungo termine a nuove linee di comunicazione, potenziare quelle che ci sono, pensiamo al Middle East Corridor piuttosto che, come è stato detto, alla Via del Cotone, una prima grande iniziativa in Africa, il Lobito Corridor, sebbene parte dal porto del Lobito, quindi in un'altra zona, ma l'idea anche che magari nel Mar Rosso ci possono essere verso l'Africa nuovi corridoi infrastrutturali, secondo noi non sarebbe una cosa sbagliata. L'altro aspetto, è chiaro, è anche una politica difensiva. L'Italia, così come stiamo cercando di far capire all'Europa, deve avere una filiera corta, deve ridurre la sua filiera, così come l'Europa e il mondo occidentale, rispetto all'approvvigionamento di materie prime, e da questo punto di vista, insomma, la chiave di volta straordinaria può essere il continente africano, che ha tutto e che è la nostra sfida. Quindi investire e puntare sull'Africa significa anche rispondere direttamente all'attuale situazione complessa che parte appunto dal Golfo di Aden e che arriva in qualche maniera al Mediterraneo orientale.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you. I think you really underlined the role of the government in terms of peace, in terms of humanitarian support, but also in terms of enhancing economic growth, which is also very important, also to obtain peace and humanitarian work. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in the second round. Marco, of course, here we are talking about insecurity, and economic insecurity, of course, is a question, is an issue for government, as we said, but it's also a big issue for companies. So from your perspective, how companies could deal and face this situation, how can they hedge on the old risks that we have in front of us?
Good morning to all. So the first element that came already during the pandemic is the issue of global chains, of global supply chains, of global export chains. They are, of course, in a situation of instability, and for large investments, especially when you do investments that are not only targeted for one country or one region, but you're doing it for the global, you are a piece of these global chains that today are at risk for energy, are at risk for the transportation, as Vice Minister Cirielli has said, into the passage of the Suez Canal. We have strong thoughts of how the localization of some elements, of key elements of the components will evolve due to very strong import tax scenarios, but also on the strategic role that some regions are taking on semiconductors, on energy, on protectionism, but at the same time to control some parts of the raw materials. So when we are looking at this scenario, it is of course a scenario that went from the pandemic period to what it is today into an area where it's fundamental to find a good balance between a full globalization of the global purchasing, a full globalization of the activities that you do, at the same time to found countries that are in a stability mindset, that are looking into mid-term involvement with investments, to have a possibility to look to very large capex movements that will have a crucial role for the full development, especially in Europe. In Europe, we went from a lot of strategic thoughts in terms of how we wanted to bring Europe to a different level, but now probably some of the actions that Europe thought are into a complicated situation due to the instability of many countries that have today, that didn't have before. Germany, France, Spain, they have a difficulty that for instance, in Italy, we are, in my opinion, in a different scenario for investors, where stability of our government and a little bit of forward-looking that we never had. In the last years, we see finally a country that is thinking of the midterm, that has gotten a new stature globally, and I think that the importance of Italy will also bring importance to the Mediterranean. So the role of Italy as a bridge between Europe and Africa, a bridge between Europe and the Middle East, will be crucial. As Vice Minister Sirielli said, is a role that it's happening not only geographically but also for the political items. But I still believe, and I conclude, that to produce investments, the need of a stronger Europe, of a smarter Europe in how we are thinking, it has to be done, and with the new Commission we expect a big step change. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you also for underlying the importance of striking a balance between globalization from one side, but security and stability from the other, and also the role of Italy, which now in this scenario seems more stable and can have a very important role also towards Africa. Thank you very much. Carlos Conde, so we said that the MENA region is living in a moment of several conflicts and also economic disruption that came to us, and we are living a time of instability, as we said. So I think it's very important, we heard also from the Minister before, that we need to cooperate and coordinate even further to have a stronger resilience, more resilience and more, let's say, inclusive growth. But I want also to underline that in the area, this is also a moment where some reforms are going on, and sometimes it's also important to underline it's not only war, which of course is very bad, we heard all the consequences, but this is a moment where also reforms are going on, and in some countries there are reforms to promote investments and to have a better situation. So based on your experience, what more can be done to promote more prosperity and grow in the MENA regions?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And let me, of course, start by thanking the government of Italy and the Institute for Foreign Policy for this very timely discussion. Indeed, we are in times of war and conflict, but this shouldn't hide the economic dynamics of the region. And it is very important to look closely what is happening in the countries. You were mentioning the process of reforms that is very heterogeneous, but is still very strong in most of the countries, and with a long period of consistent reforms into more competitive economies. In the OECD, we have been working closely with the countries already for 20 years, and I would like to share with you today some ideas that come from work that is ongoing, and we are conducting with the Union for the Mediterranean on the regional integration in the Mediterranean. Already in 2021, we published a first edition of the Progress of Integration, identifying some indicators that allow to see what is the dynamics of integration or disintegration in the region. We are completing now the second edition that will be ready in 25, and I think it's important to underline that there are strong bases to set up a policy agenda, a reform-oriented policy agenda that can have good economic impact. There are good opportunities. We are talking about economies that are sometimes much more diversified than the external perception believes, and with opportunities that with the right policies can be impactful. Let me mention 3 areas that seem particularly relevant, and some of them have already been mentioned. Investment and trade. We typically say that this is the less integrated region in the world, and it's true that in some aspects this is the case, but we can see in trade a very positive pattern which is related to the diversification of the economy. There is much more integration. We come from trade relations that were very focused in bilateral agreements between the European Union and the southern neighbors, and now we see a much more diversified. Turkey is playing a very important role across the Mediterranean. Morocco is more present. There is much important connections with Gulf countries and, of course, with Africa, to the extent that the impact of COVID has already been absorbed by the countries, and the trade has increased much more. Investment, you were mentioning, very important. The region is below potential. If we compare with other emerging economies, much more investment could come to the region. But again, very important reforms are taking place, reforming the regulations, removing restrictions, improving the quality of the institutions. And something that I'm very glad also with having the private sector in our panel, it's very important to think into the economic future of the region hand in hand with the private sector. Because at the end of the day, the investment, the creation of jobs, the innovation that can transform the economy requires a positive involvement of the private sector. We have been working recently, and I will give you just 2 examples because I think they are very telling of the potential. For example, we have been working with Jordan very closely on the digital economy. Jordan is a country with tremendous potential on the digital economy, hundreds of firms, thousands of people with very good skills that are making of Jordan a hub for digital economy. Pharmaceutical sector in Tunisia, a sector with very long tradition, very high quality, very much focused into the European markets traditionally, but now expanding its networks into Africa, and with a big potential of growth and employment. So I think these are examples that with the right policies can also provide a positive agenda for the region. It's very little time, but I would like to make 2, without elaborating, 2 aspects that are fundamental. Human capital, of course. In the region, there is a mismatch between the skills and the needs of the market. We need to invest very much on education, on the skills, on improving the human capital. And in our integration report, we see tremendous potential for the connection of the higher education systems, of the skills that are needed for the market, on the innovation and research. And of course, women. The empowerment of women and the participation of women in the economy can transform exponentially the performance of the region. Together, and this I stop here, of course, with the connectivity, the green transition, infrastructure, connecting the energy grids, connecting the infrastructure is also a precondition to try to build this virtuous circle of a good policy agenda that, despite the conflict, can set up more solid basis for economic development.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you to underline what still is needed in terms of education, women participation, but also underline that there are some strengths, pharmaceutical, digital, and other part which has to be strengthened, but there are some points in which we can have better results. Aliam Bayet, thank you for being here. So as we said, it's interesting, I think, to underline that before the war, a process of kind of regional detente was begun in the Middle East with this idea that economic needs will also drive the diplomacy, because, of course, economic security and economic strength is very important. So, in your opinion and in your experience, how the war in Gaza and this ramification impacted this economic cooperation and initiative that have been launched before the war. How do you see this point?
Thank you very much for this important question. And again, thank you for being here once again for this crucial dialogue. I think the question about how Gaza is impacting these integration initiatives, be it the Abraham's Accord or the IMAC, we have two narratives actually today. One narrative that says that actually the war in Gaza and Lebanon had no impact into these agreements, and they have not changed the objectives of the countries that are pursuing further integration. And actually, you can see that by the fact that none of the signatories to these agreements decided to say, okay, I'm just leaving because of the war in Gaza. We are seeing trade in goods flow continuing even after October 27. And some would say that the normalization process with Saudi Arabia is maybe delayed but not stopped. So there is this narrative that has been arguing that there is a potential for integration that has been delayed or pushed back by the war in Gaza, but that the agenda should still be here. And when I look at the number as an economist, I can exactly see that if we look at total trade between the participants, for example, of the Abraham's Accord, let's say, and Israel on the other side, we can see that overall trade has been concentrated. The drivers of this integration has been the relation between the UNE and Israel. And for example, in 2024, during the first 7 months of the year, we have seen almost 14% increase in trade. We have seen also movement of people between Israel and Morocco, Israel and UAE, Israel and Bahrain to a lesser extent. So but we have seen also that this cooperation has been very much focused on areas of defense and security issues, but also tech and agriculture. But I want to turn to the second narrative, which also argues that no, actually the war in Gaza has significantly undermined these efforts of integration, because mainly the geopolitical and domestic political landscape that should underpin these integration efforts have completely changed. And I can understand that. I can look at what's happening in the economies of Gaza and Lebanon with almost utter destruction. The UN and the World Bank have estimated 80 billion the need for reconstruction of Gaza. Let's not talk, of course, about the horrible human toll. The same in Lebanon. The World Bank has mentioned that almost as of September, the direct and indirect cost has been 8.5 billion. So the landscape, the economic landscape, at least in those two countries, had changed. But even more importantly, the spillover on the rest of the region, whether on Jordan or on Egypt, have been significant. The maritime security that Mr. Minister has mentioned with the Suez Canal disruption, the cost push inflation on the global inflation, but also undermining $8 billion of losses to Egypt. This has significantly impacted these economies and this disruption. But I think also, as we heard from the Indian minister before, the effort of pushing the agenda for example, of IMAC have now receded. He talked about an eastward IMAC. The Sherpas for IMAC have not met since September 2023. The action plan has not yet been developed. So even also the I2U2 Sherpa has not met. So these dialogues between the participants to these integration efforts have been delayed. So what I want to conclude with is to say that these two narratives exist today. They are not mutually exclusive. I think there are pros and cons and rights and wrongs in both analysis. I think the process of integration will undoubtedly be impacted by the security and the ongoing wars, and vice versa. But only time will tell to see how, whether these integration efforts will be indefinitely delayed, delayed for a small period, or maybe they could be transformed to take a different form.
Thank you very much. Of course, uncertainty also on that, but interesting. So let's go to the second round of questions. I ask you to be a little bit shorter than the first. So back to Deputy Minister Edmondo Cirielli. when we talk about new cooperation, I would like to ask you how you see the Mattei Plan. The Mattei Plan is a flagship initiative from the government, from the Italian government, to enhance growth and economic development. So how do you see that? How do you think this has to be developed?
Grazie, cercherò di essere super breve anche se il tema è complicatissimo. Innanzitutto partirei nuovamente dalla regione MENA, Medio Oriente, Nord Africa allargato. Il piano Mattei rappresenta anche una declinazione di questo piano. È sicuramente una grande iniziativa del governo Meloni, di Giorgia Meloni, insieme al ministro Tajani, del Ministero degli Esteri, di dare un nuovo framework, un nuovo strumento di cooperazione paritaria, non predatoria, che coinvolga a pieno titolo in via bilaterale l'Africa, quindi non soltanto più tramite il canale multilaterale delle organizzazioni internazionali, ma, come volevo dire, è un'occasione per il Global Gateway dell'Unione Europea, ma anche per i paesi arabi del GCC. D'altro canto sappiamo molto bene che l'intervento nell'Africa nel suo insieme rappresenta anche un elemento centrale e importante per il Nord Africa. Le crisi subsahariane in questi anni hanno messo dura prova i nostri partner nordafricani. Credo che il rafforzamento, la stabilità economica dei paesi nordafricani, insieme a un grande approccio globale con la penisola arabica, con i paesi che ho citato verso l'Africa, è anche un elemento fondamentale di stabilizzazione della pace in Medio Oriente. Una grande spinta positiva, come già avviene per la soluzione palestinese di due stati, rappresenta in maniera non secondaria anche una conseguenza del rafforzamento dei paesi nordafricani. Per cui con questo nuovo paradigma della cooperazione italiana noi abbiamo messo in campo non soltanto il meglio delle nostre imprese pubbliche e private, ma anche partendo dal vecchio mondo, ma mai dimenticato per la sua importanza, delle organizzazioni della società civile, coinvolgendole in maniera centrale. Con il sistema multilaterale abbiamo chiesto e ottenuto, devo dire, una grande collaborazione del sistema onusiano a rimodulare il proprio intervento in Africa secondo un modello appunto di compartecipazione, di codecisione con i paesi africani. Quindi tendiamo a finanziare le Nazioni Unite con le sue sezioni specializzate se hanno un gradimento in Africa, in Nord Africa, per tante iniziative. Non si può andare a casa di altri e dire che cosa bisogna fare. Sembra una cosa banale, ma purtroppo negli ultimi anni non è stato fatto, nonostante un grande fiume di denaro che è andato verso l'Africa dall'Europa, dall'Occidente. Insomma, lo dico senza tema di essere smentita. L'Occidente finanzia da sempre oltre il 90% lo sviluppo del continente africano. Bisogna prendere atto che i risultati non ci sono stati. La stabilizzazione dell'Africa è centrale, certamente per la penisola arabica, per l'Europa e per l'Italia che si trova in mezzo al Medio Oriente all'Europa. Potete capire quanto sia importante, ma l'Africa è non soltanto una sfida, innanzitutto un'opportunità. Il 60% delle terre arabili del pianeta sono in Africa, il 60% delle risorse energetiche da idrocarburi e delle future di energia rinnovabile, il 60% delle terre rare, dei minerali preziosi. Quindi l'Africa è un continente ricco e poi ha la componente umana. Ecco perché noi puntiamo molto sulla formazione, sull'education nel complesso, non soltanto sull'agricoltura, sulla food security. Stiamo facendo un'operazione complessiva in Nord Africa che sarà, secondo noi, può essere una cosa storica, perché restituirà sicurezza alimentare non soltanto al Nord Africa, ma diventerà per il resto dell'Africa e anche per l'Europa stessa un elemento di sovranità alimentare, la rinascita agricola dell'Africa. Tutto ciò può essere fatto chiaramente in collaborazione, perciò abbiamo coinvolto l'Europa e i paesi arabi che si raggruppano appunto nella sigla che ho appena citato, che rappresenta un elemento virtuoso. Dobbiamo poi lavorare fortemente perché la grande risorsa vera dell'Africa sono i giovani, per cui stiamo puntando molto sulla digitalizzazione, sulla formazione verso una nuova imprenditoria, insomma qualcosa che possa valorizzare la risorsa umana e dare dall'Africa un grande contributo di stabilità. Se l'Africa cresce, cresce l'Europa, cresce la penisola arabica, cresce il Medio Oriente e viceversa. Insomma, se le cose non dovessero andare bene, ovviamente tutta la stabilità mondiale, l'economia, oltre che la sicurezza globale, sarebbero deteriorate.
Thank you, dear Prime Minister. I think it's a very interesting way to make cooperation with a great joint venture between public and private and with real concrete projects, and as you said, not only on energy but also on health, on agriculture, or on all the other parts. So let's hope, but we are sure that with concrete projects this will have a very interesting outcome. Marco, very shortly, we already talked about international trade, and you also said that this is very important, but we are living in a situation where we are in a kind of deglobalization, a lot of protectionism, tariffs. So in your opinion and in your experience, is there still a place for fair trade to enhance growth also in the MENA region?
We think so, and I actually think that there are bridges that have been built in the past from the MENA region, from the Mediterranean region, from Italy versus partners in trade, also in common ground on many aspects, including some views of the world. That should continue. One example, for instance, is the use of bilateral agreements outside the European Union, for instance, with Japan, or with Saudi Arabia, or we have possibility to create these bridges outside of Europe, with possibilities to do what Italy is good, which is exporting, but at the same time to really create a stability of flow of materials and export that can go beyond the actual activities. The other important part, for instance, is with Mercosur, where we are also now having more ties, more strong bonds in order to also leverage the vicinity that we have also to that kind of region. So these bilateral agreements beyond the European Union are, in my opinion, very, very important.
Thank you very much, Mark. I agree with you. I think we have to keep an eye on trade and fair trade, otherwise, our growth will not be strong. Alia, we already talked about the fact that we are living in a situation where, the war from one side is impacting on economy, but on the other side, integration is anywhere there. So in your opinion, what kind of reforms should be done and adopted to encourage the private sector investment and the financial development?
Yeah, I mean, today we all know that the MENA region is one of the least integrated in terms of trade. And I mean, just to give you a number, it only represents 7.5% of total trade in the world. And even worse is really the very low level of intra-regional trade. So the reform agenda for private sector has to be built around, I think, obviously, three broad pillars. The first pillar has to do, to go back to the issue of war, with bringing back stability, right? Because no private investor will come to the region without seeing risk premia significantly go down. We are seeing the cost of insurance on companies trading through the Suez Canal, but also the cost of borrowing of companies that are based in the region is exposed. So getting stability and ceasefires and path to stability is key. Second is the reform. And in the reforms, there are the trade policy reforms. This is a region where both tariffs and non-tariff barriers are among the highest in the world, and we need to bring these down. The cost of logistic is also relatively elevated, except in the GCC. So bringing infrastructure back to the level that help reduces trading costs is extremely important. All the regulatory reform, most important of which is reducing all the licensing necessary for private sector, whether it's domestic or international, to access the market is important. And this is all the sort of state-owned enterprises reform agenda, because many of the economies, including in the Gulf countries, are dominated by government or government-related entities. Now, the Gulf countries have gone a long way in terms of putting a lot of solid corporate governance, and now we are seeing starting IPOing a lot of these companies. We have to see the same in the non-GC countries, particularly in Egypt, in Tunisia. And I think the last one is really about human capital, because I think, and we heard it before, this is a region where educational level, particularly now after the war, this is the area that will suffer the most. Yeah. And I think we need to continue with our partners, both in the public and the private sector, invest in not only bringing back people to school, but also making sure that they are skilled enough to face basically the next generation of work skill that is required.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are out of time, so I really ask you to be very short. Of course, as OECD, you work a lot on cooperation with a lot of also fragile economies, and do it the same also with the MENA countries. So what are some concrete examples of OECD support to MENA countries that are affected by war and fragility, and how you think this situation can get better?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, we normally think in the impact of the conflict in some countries over the other countries, but we need also to reflect in what are the internal conditions, economic conditions of these countries, not only in terms of humanitarian disaster and health, but also let's not forget that in countries, especially where the institutions of the government are weak or have been destroyed, again, the role of the private sector, you have companies, you have small and medium enterprises that are delivering goods and services. It's important to look into that. The Putin minister was mentioning the importance of Africa. Well, in Africa, most of the countries can be categorized as fragile. We need to better understand what are the economic dynamics and how to better contribute to destabilization. One example that is very close is Libya. Libya is, of course, a space that is very central for the Mediterranean. After years of instability, is still a matter of concern for the Mediterranean. We have been working for the last years, and now we are launching a new initiative thanks to the support of the government of Italy. And our work is concentrated on working with the private sector to better measure what are the different sectors that have a potential, what is the economic structure, what are the challenges in terms of access to finance, access to markets, the skill, the necessary regulations. We have been working, for example, with the banking system, with the digital, with the agro-food. And in all these cases, we are also working in Yemen and other countries. There is always important thinking in the conditions of reconstruction since the very beginning. You cannot just live for the political solution, paying economic attention to the situation of the countries. On the contrary, trying to build stronger economic conditions can be an important contribution to the peace.
Thank you very much. So thank you to our speakers. I hope you find it interesting. We'll try to go a little bit deeper in how to enhance growth, with also some concrete examples of reforms, of projects that are going on. So also in this situation of uncertainty and war, some lights are there. We have, all of us have to work to really support and strengthen everything that can make the growth stronger, because growth means also better peace and better humanitarian peace. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the panel.
Ciao, non vi preoccupate, vi seguo.
Grazie, Vice Ministro.
Non servono per adesso.
No, per ora no, sì, sì. Good morning. Good morning. Can I kindly invite people standing to take a seat? We are ready to start our session on building bridges from India to the Mediterranean, IMEC and beyond. And I'm glad to mention that this session is organized in cooperation with ORF in India and the Policy Center for the New South. 3 think tanks we launched a year ago a trilateral initiative to build bridges on our research, to build bridges on our annual event, to build bridges on our future leaders, and from exactly like the title, from India to the Mediterranean and to Morocco. So the 3 think tanks are hosting this session on the new bridges. The bridges of today are projects to enhance regional connectivity, technological development and sustainable trade, and the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, which was mentioned several times this morning, which links Asia, Europe through the Middle East, is a clear and tangible example. But where do we stand now on this project? How realistic is to talk about bridges, interconnectivity at a time of war, at a time in which bridges are exploded and broken? So this will be the topic of our session. I have a wonderful group of friends, can I say to all of them. On my right, Ebtisam El-Kebti, President and founder of the Emirate Policy Center. And on the other side, Karim El-Enawi, Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South. Samir Saran, President of Server Research Foundation and curator of Raisina, which will be in March next year, while the Atlantic Dialogue, the Morocco event, will be in December. And then Kadri, on my left, Kadri Tastan, non-resident senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund. So, we will have 2 rounds of questions. The first one will be mainly on the meaning for your country of this project of IMEC, and the second one, in the second one, we will try to discuss risk and vulnerability of this project and how to mitigate risk and vulnerability. Samir, how does IMEC fit within India's role as a major global actor? And to what extent it is a response to the Belt and Road Initiative? I know you like the second question, but I give you
and luckily
as an opportunity to start your show.
And luckily I have 38 minutes to respond to that.
No, you have 1 minute and 55 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. No, thank you, Paulo, and thank you for putting this together, and great to be in Rome. You know, for sitting in India, IMEC has many meanings, and certainly it is not a response to the Belt and Road Initiative. No meaning fits the IMEC into a contest between the BRI. I think IMEC is a natural infrastructure and connectivity project with multiple layers that in many ways is preparing for India's transition to a $10 trillion economy in less than 10 years. It will be adding $6 trillion a year to global GDP. It will be adding $3 trillion a year to trade GDP, of which roughly $2 trillion will flow through the waters. And a large part of those $2 trillion will be flowing into the European, American, and the Middle Eastern markets. So in some sense, the IMEC is a necessary infrastructure, both ideas infrastructure as well as physical infrastructure, for the impending $10 trillion India that will be the single largest shaper of global futures in the coming decade. No one will put more additional goods, services, and money into the global system than India in the next 10 years. We are going to have to partner with countries in the Middle East, which are already a robust part of our story, with Europe, which has been a historic part of our story, and USA, which is the troublesome part of our story. But from the Mid-Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific, that's India's future. We will have to link these four water bodies, the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, as well as the Indo-Pacific, and that completes the arc in which India's $10 trillion journey that has already started a few years ago will in many ways be strengthened and will reach fruition. But I just want to add 3 quick points. We are not going to wait for peace for progress. In fact, let me tell you, despite wars, despite hostilities, despite conflict, trade has always found its way. It is connectivity that has been found challenging. Let's invest in connectivity. The folks who want to trade will do the deals. They are not going to wait for peace. Show them the road and money will move. Show them the ports and goods will land. Show them the pipelines and data will flow. Trade does not wait for peace. Progress moves on in spite of everything else, because that's been the story of human evolution. By the way, I'm in no ways diminishing what is happening. I think we need resolution, we need peace, we need a ceasefire, we need a human approach to resolving it in a sustainable manner. But connectivity can help us with many other endeavors, and that is what we are trying to do. Let us connect each other. Let us build a framework that makes us proximate neighbors, having a common stake in peace and stability.
You took 10 seconds more, but you already answered the second question, so because you went into the constraints. No, thank you very much, Samir. Ebtesam, the Emirates play a major role in, as a world energy supplier, a vital travel and transport hub. Clearly, you are looking at this project as an important element of your strategy. Could you elaborate a little bit on how IMEC fits into the strategy of the Emirates to play a major role in global economic and politics?
Thank you, Paolo. Paolo, this is one of the corridors Emirates is involving with. There are many corridors, and when Gaza war stopped that one, we moved to another, what we call a development corridor through Iraq and Turkey and others. So, but this one, as Samir said, this is, I look at it as each component of that played a complementary role for others. Some of competed countries, okay, can complete each other's in the roles. UAE has its vision in renewable energy, diversification of economy, being a hub of AI and cybersecurity, being a hub for logistics. UAE is having a leading role in logistics. And this is when you take this corridor from India through UAE, Saudi, and to Europe, you see each one of them play a central role in that. For UAE, of course, this is enhance its role, but it doesn't mean that UAE has no role without this corridor. It has many roles in other areas, in Africa and other. UAE, by the way, is in Belt and Road, and at the same time with this corridor and with I-2U2 also. So there are many initiatives. This can enhance the trade, okay, and with the robust economy UAE having, also can enhance, can attract investors. And we are talking about regional stability. This means more cooperation between all of those to make the region stable, and all the speeches which is address the need for ceasefire in the region. This is really, if we want that corridor is moving forward, reaching to Europe.
Thank you, Ebtisam. Kadri, Ebtisam mentioned the other corridor. She mentioned the Development Road Initiative, the one that goes through Iraq and Turkey, as something that the Emirates are looking after as well. Turkey is not into IMEC, and of course, in enhancing its role as a hub in the region, is supporting the other project, the Development Road Initiative. Is there any, let me use the word competition, but any kind of competition between the two projects, and which role is Turkey willing to play?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Go on, let's see, because at the beginning...
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Because I have the impression that
at the very beginning it doesn't work, to see if you're ready.
It's working. Well, thank you very much, Paolo, and thanks again for inviting me. Well, I think I will come back to this development road corridor, development project, but let me first maybe focus on globally how Turkey looks at on these connectivity issues, okay? Let's be clear, this is a really old dream in Ankara, becoming an energy transit hub. So it's a really, really old dream and partially realized, unfortunately. There was old dream of bringing, from Russia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Iraq, and potentially from ISPI, which didn't happen. So, but Turkey is still playing a transit role, and the Azeri gas became even much more important, of course, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And since the China, of course, became a kind of manufacturing superpower and invested in the BRI, of course, the interest in the middle corridor, because you have to say that the connectivity's name in Turkey is middle corridor until this IMEC happened. That I will come back to this issue. So, of course, the interest increased there, and with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we saw an incredible decrease, of course, on the northern road. So the search and need for, of course, no new routes, alternative increase, and Ankara sees this as a great opportunity to finally not only become an energy transit hub, but also a corridor for regional transit hub. So this is, but let me to precise that this is not only an economic interest. Ankara has been looking for reaching the Central Asian Turkic states for a long time. So this is a way also for Ankara to connect with those countries. And of course, there is also this motivation that Ankara and many other, even the Europeans and the Westerns, they think that this connection potentially will maybe decrease the dependence of those Central Asian countries on both Russia and maybe even in Iran. So Turkey has developed many projects. Istanbul Airport, the big Istanbul Airport, is one of the projects that is important that can serve for this purpose, basically. There are also many other, bridges that are connecting the both sides of Bosphorus. Their underwater railway, again connecting the both sides in Istanbul. So Ankara sees itself, when you look at the map, see its strategic position. But this is, of course, because in your description of this panel, there is nearshoring, friendshoring, there's a kind of, we see that this restructuring of supply chain, and Ankara is aware of this and has many other potential, actually, strength. It has developed, quite well developed energy interconnections, major infrastructure, and of course, and also quite well integrated, let's say, in the European value and supply chain. Because Turkey, well, despite problematic political relations, Turkey is in a custom union, is quite well integrated, as I said, in the value chains. And let me to underline this, the connectivity is not just constructing the roads, right? You should also need a regulatory arrangement, and this will help to create kind of really attractive connection. So in this sense, the custom union directly or indirectly improved enormously Turkey's standards and norms in line with the European ones. So in this sense, Turkey has also this strength as well. I don't know if I'm beyond my time, Paulo. Just tell me, please stop me when I'm... but
no,
I will...
It's fine, because you merged actually the two questions in one. So go ahead and
yeah.
you won't have a second round. But it's
okay,
good.
That's great. But let me... another strength that I said is that Turkey has a good connection with those Central Asian countries. And we saw that there is a huge increasing interest of the European on those countries. And mainly, of course, is because of raw materials that exist on those countries. But it's also an opportunity maybe to pull away those countries a bit from Russia. So there is a huge potential for Ankara in a kind of world of, let's say, reshoring of the global supply chain. I think Turkey is emerging as an important destination. But let's keep maybe this friendshoring for the second round, because obviously the relations, I mean the geopolitics, they will define more and more this kind of
Okay, so I will give you a few words on friendshoring at the end, but now let me move to Karim. Karim, as mentioned, the Russia invasion of Ukraine on one side and then the Red Sea crisis have shown, there was no need, but has shown even more that how North Africa integration into global value chains has become a vital priority to absorb geopolitical shocks. And of course, your country is leveraging its strategic position to become a major bridge between Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. Can you summarize, can you describe the major project that Rabat has developed to this aim?
Well, thank you, Paolo, and a pleasure to be here back in home. Let me say a few words about the spirit, the context, and then I'll come to more specifics about Morocco. I think there is a paradox, which is we're seeing on one side fragmentations and the fierce blows to the multilateral system, and on the other side, a strong willingness of countries to engage with the rest of the world. There has never been as much recently. I mean, trials and projects of integrating, of cooperation. So on one side you have the fragmentation, and the other side you have lots of excitement, particularly in the New South, to cooperate more and do things, and IMEC is part of that. It's an interesting sort of double movement. I think it has to do with the fact that policies in countries have already anticipated the fact that the globalization and the multilateral system, as we know it, particularly the WTO and other institutions of the like, will not be any more credible regulators. So it's a critical juncture, I would say. And the countries that are the incumbent, particularly Europe, which are sort of more destabilized than the New South by this change, because they were the main beneficiary of and the promoters, and also for moral high grounds, etc., are more destabilized than the New South. Italy is a particular case in point. The southern part of Europe are more comfortable with these new sort of spaces that are being created. There will be failures and there will be successes. IMEC, I don't know. What I can tell you is that countries need to organize themselves. And their ambitions, of course, but they need to be matched by policies. And you mentioned Morocco. This was organized in a different sort of institutional setup, which was the setup before these sort of fragmentations that we're seeing, particularly in two sectors, automobile and aeronautics, where the country now is exporting close to 700,000 cars and having most of the suppliers of the large airplane makers in Morocco, so integrated in their value chains. Let me remind you, Paolo, that these are private sector decisions. They are, of course, governments put in place the conditions, but they remain private sector conditions, private sector decisions. So whatever you do, your macroeconomic policy, the stability of your exchange rate, the rigor of your fiscal policy, the level playing field, the business environment will remain important factors for the capital to allocate itself and to enter those value chains. I think there is a natural, for Europe and in particular, there's a natural sort of area of cooperation, which is the Mediterranean and Africa in general. And of course, IMEC gives it a sort of deeper strategic, depth, but let us see. I think, so those 2 points, the context is changing, so it's time, high time for foreign policy makers to reassess, rethink the strategic value of their partners. They have been reweighted because of this, let us call it, ongoing revolution in terms of, in a way, changing the world we were used to and the rules of engagement, etc. So I see this as a response, as an attempt of a response. It's a sort of fair of initiatives. There are so many initiatives. Everybody wants to be the hub of everybody. So we end up with just hubs, but hubs, and then let us see what it's hubs and spots, whatever. So I think policies, rigor, predictable government, reasonable government, the rule of law within countries will remain key parameters. Let us be careful not to throw the baby with the water. It is still, there is rationality in the allocation of private capital around the world, and it will remain. There is so much government can do. They can set infrastructure, but the policies, the soft component of these projects will remain fundamental. And I think the success you mentioned about Morocco has a lot to do with that, and particularly the fact, to be more specific, that we have 2 free trade agreements, one with Europe, so it works, as Samir mentioned, and one with the US. So those companies that are producing, integrating, and including Morocco as part of their value chains are able to serve those markets, notwithstanding more than 55 bilateral and trade agreements with countries.
We still have 10 minutes, and I will ask you to comment, trying to get a little bit more into a realistic view. Because, and I will start from what Karim said at the end. Okay, these are private sector projects first, and there are so many. The reality is there are so many. And they are, even if we say no, they are in some way competing. If we say that the Emirates want to be an hub, but also Turkey wants to be an hub, and Morocco can be an hub, and Italy wants to be an hub, everyone wants to be an hub. And clearly, when everyone wants to be an hub, you want to be an hub competing with someone else. And if the roads go one way, on the other way, you are a hub or you are not an hub. And also, India is an engine of growth, you mentioned, but China is still an engine of growth. And when you mention India as an engine of growth, you are competing with China as an engine of growth. So how does this go back to the real world? So in an ideal world, in the world of fully fledged globalization, we could have as many corridors as we wanted.
If I may, Paolo, one word, I think nobody wants to be left out. So everybody is hedging and putting his eggs everywhere. So that's the spirit.
And one way not to be left out is to promote or to support something else, something competing. So that's, I want to get your comment on this. Samir, let's start this way.
Two short points. One, I think all of the countries who want to be a hub will be hubs, but for very specific purposes. For example, if you're looking at trade finance, if you're looking at logistics, if you're looking at container movement, if you're looking at certain other services required for trade, I think UAE is going to be a big hub. It's not going to be a market to absorb the goods, but it is going to be someone that is going to ensure the movement of goods, finance the movement of goods, secure the movement of goods, move the goods, digitally monitor them and make them reach the final. So I think they are all hubs. Turkey could be an interconnecting hub where multiple roads, belts and roads meet and redistribute to different parts. Could be Europe, could be Central Asia, could be their own region. So I think all of these countries could be hubs, and I don't think there's any competition there. But all of them will have to eventually develop niche offerings that make them more important in that particular sector than others. They will obviously be doing a variety of activities, but each will necessarily have to focus on a couple of areas where they can really have a competitive advantage and a unique offering vis-a-vis anyone. So that's the first point. All are hubs, but please choose the domains that you want to be a hub for. You don't have the market size that the Chinese or the Indians or the Americans or the EU as a collective have. You're all going to have to work on making money from movement of goods rather than procuring those goods. So that's the first point. The second point, again, I think this is not a zero sum. Movement of goods do not recognize Belt and Road or IMEC or North-South Corridor or any other such infrastructure. They recognize the buyer and the seller. And everything else in between is efficiency and market forces. So your governments can say that we will not join the Belt and Road, but the private sector company will use the ports and will use the ships and will use the same routes if they are more efficient, if they are priced right. So market dynamics decide the best route to take. The buyer and seller decide the transaction. And I think that's the point. But to just complete the second point, I think what is equally important is that there is a role for governments besides just drawing a line on the map. Just saying that this is a new route means nothing. Are you willing to give incentives and subsidies to catalyze private sector investments to make those happen? And two, are you willing to invest into creating markets that are going to use those routes? And I think we have typically seen that the Chinese model worked where the governments were able to underwrite those models. Where they were not, they become white elephants and they are dead. So many Belt and Road projects have failed because China could not guarantee the market for it. So I think there is a cautionary tale that we should be more market and less government as we come out with these new projects.
Good point. Ebtesan, I have to be on time because the next chair is myself. So I have to be on time for the next chair which I'm chairing as well. So please help me. Ebtesan. Your comments.
Women always follow the rules and be polite. See the men what they did? They left only 7 minutes for us. So I will not be polite.
No, 7 minutes for the three of us.
So you want me to...
comment on Samir replied, said...
Look, Paolo, okay. You cannot remove politics from this. And we all know that there is competition between Chinese and the American in this region and this corridor parallel to that corridor. But countries involved in that should be also smart how to get or to benefit from that, not be in that trap of competition or align with this side or that side. And this is, I think, the Gulf is which they did. But there is also something important. Exclusion from one player on that road can turn him to be a spoiler. And this is, I think you were in our conference where the Iranians said, okay, they are going to weaponize this corridor. They are not part of that. And this has happened because of that. So exclusion, how to make this corridor win-win for everybody, for the governments, for the private sector. The more you engage, more sectors, civil society, okay, because this is it's not only about government, it's not only private sector, it's about also civil society to be, the more you make it more successful. It's maritime, they can benefit from maritime infrastructure, which can enhance land connectivity. Okay, so division of labor can be applied on that corridor. Each one of those component, I'm talking about country component, will have a role. Will make it also more successful and sustainable. And you have to put in your mind black swan scenario. Like when this happened, the IMEC, nobody anticipate that Gaza war will happen or other Lebanon war would happen, right? So you have to put in your mind that, so what if that happened? How can you manage what's happening, that you're moving that way? I'm saying that in Gaza, you should turn the corridor to go to other part, so you make it reaching Europe. And Europe, this is also a problem, Paulo, because Europe with its bureaucracy, I'm talking about EU, regulation, many things, we have discussed this in Madrid. How can, when it comes to Europe, what Europe is going to do? Division of labor also applied in that. There's competition between European in this. So not only in our part, also in your part, what is the plan to make it successful?
Thank you, Abdeslam. Karim, Samir mentioned at the beginning that war will not stop projects, big projects. But we also mentioned that these projects are private sector funded. How can we mobilize private sector in today's volatile context in the region? Do you think that would be feasible? Would you agree with what Samir said at the beginning?
No, Samir said war does not stop trade, which is different to war does not stop this project. Two different things.
Okay. Would you agree with the rephrasing?
Trade continues irrespective of war.
Would you agree with the rephrasing of Samir's statement? With both, the previous one and the rephrasing. Please, Samir. Karim.
I don't know, really. I mean, what I can tell you is that this dynamic is there. We don't want to be left out, that there is a sort of souk of initiatives. And that because countries feel that the UN is not delivering anymore, the United Nations system, which were our community, our cooperative, has been affected. And so it doesn't cost much to be part of it, by the way. Country reach out to you, I'm interested. At the same time, I will be very careful, I'll come back to that on the war dimension. I think it's a more risky word, so you have to be equipped, prepared. You have to have solid internal fronts. You have to have a strong, cohesion in societies, which is not the case in many. So there's the movement that is happening at the global level and within society. It's all interlinked. I don't think these kind of initiatives are responses to all those challenges. They are attempts. There will be trials and error, but I don't think we can escape from dealing with the wars, dealing with the, the peace and security system that was so hard to build in the 20th century. We need this, so I don't think you can oppose those two. So it is something we need to take care of, something we need to nurture, and we have been negligent. You said this in English? We have neglected this system for many reasons. I will be very cautious and very careful. And I think these kind of initiatives will succeed if there is behind it shared values and things that go beyond just trade, I think, if it is to make a difference. Otherwise, I don't think they will be sustainable. And I'll conclude on that, Paolo. This is also the shared challenges. We share all the same challenges. Demography, climate, technology, our adjustment to this very sort of, more complex and fragmented world. So when we share a challenge, it gets us closer, I think. And these are, but it has to be it has to have a moral sort of high ground behind it for it to be sustainable. And I think in many countries we have these preconditions, but it will need more work, it will need patience, but it's needed and it can't be replaced, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Kadri, you mentioned you wanted to add something on friendshoring, and because as Samir said, trade is going fast.
You can take a bit more.
Trade on a regional base is increasing as opposed to global trade.
Correct.
And these corridors are corridors which connect region, are not at all, are also within region, but connected 3 regions. So what's your comment on the impact of reshoring and friendshoring to this big project of bridges?
I have 12 seconds. I have to.
No, you can have 20. I will talk to
Yeah.
the next chair to give you 15 seconds more. Go ahead.
Thanks. Well, let's be honest. Those are not only geo-economic projects. They are also geopolitical projects, right? So, in this sense, I think is this frustration, this feeling of being bypassed or marginalized or not taken into account on this kind of projects, especially I was invited to talk about why Turkey criticized IMEC and why, and all these are related, friendshoring, the perception, and obviously even for the private capital, finally at the European level, given, for example, global gateway, the political direction is important. I mean, the Commission and the European member state, they will give a direction, and the European financial institution, they will follow, and the private sector will probably follow. We are not anymore in a world that the private capital is deciding to where to go. That's how we land here.
Please join me in thanking our speaker in this panel. Thank you very much. And thank you. Let me invite Paolo Magri to be on stage to moderate the next session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The dialogue with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The dialogue with the Egyptian Foreign Minister is about to start.
We are back, and we have the great pleasure, Minister, to have you back on this floor. You were here an hour ago, and so we are very pleased you accepted to have a dialogue with us, to have a dialogue with me and with Eba Saleh, the Cairo correspondent for the Financial Times. Thank you, Eba.
Yeah, hello, thank you.
And Minister, in the previous session, in the opening, you mentioned Egypt's vision to end the vicious cycle. And you were very clear and detailed. And also you stressed that military supremacy will not bring peace. Now, can you elaborate a little bit more on what Egypt has been doing to promote this negotiation, and where does the negotiation stand right now? Where is this? Because we have been hearing the truce, the temporary truce, the ceasefire since months now, but you are directly involved, so you can share with us your view. Please, Minister.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. It's always a great pleasure to be with you and to talk about issues of our common interest and concerns, and notably, of course, the situation in Gaza. As for us, as for Egypt, maybe...
Microfono. Sorry. We are not silencing you, Minister. We want to hear you. 1 second. Okay. Let's see if this one works better. Okay. Proviamo?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, perfect.
It's fine. Good.
Much better.
Good.
Please.
So again, it's a pleasure to be with you, and it's really what's happening in Gaza now is shameful. Shameful for all of us. Shameful to the international community, to all civilized world to accept such kind of catastrophe to continue to be happening for more than 1 year. This is something shameful. As you all know, we are now exceeding 150,000 of dead and casualties in Gaza now. 44,000 have been killed. According to UN, 70% of them, they are children and women. We still have more than 15,000 under the rubbles and another 100,000 being injured. This has never happened in modern history, a country using starvation as a weapon and as a collective punishment tool. This is should be condemned and should not be tolerated. Egypt is doing its utmost efforts, of course, in order to stop this machinery of killings in Gaza and also in the West Bank. Our red lines are very clear. We will not allow the transfer of the people of Gaza in order to liquidate the whole Palestinian cause. This will not be tolerated and will not be accepted by Egypt. As you all know, Egypt was the country who led the peace process in our neighborhood, and even the great President Sadat paid his life for leading this path by going to Jerusalem in 1977. Egypt continued to lead and to play a very important role in order to stop the ceasefire. We worked very hard with the Americans and with the Qataris in order to have a deal which will consist of 3 main pillars: release of all hostages, secondly, release of some of the Palestinian detainees, and thirdly, is, of course, a complete, comprehensive ceasefire and unhindered influx and flow of all humanitarian and medical aid into Gaza. Whenever we reach the moment of truth, and we've been very close to strike a deal and to reach an understanding on everything, the main problem always the same: the lack of political will in one party, in one side, not to be fully committed in order to reach this deal, which will guarantee the release of all hostages. We reached this moment of truth at least 3 or 4 times, and always you have one side which is backing away. This is something very, very frustrating, and to have a country to consider itself above the law and having impunity in the 21st century, this should not be accepted and should not be tolerated. We have to be honest, and we have to be serious as well. History did not start on the 7th of October. You know, this suffering is back to 1948. And of course, without addressing the core of the conflict, which is the Palestinian cause, I can assure you no enduring peace and stability in this region. And as I mentioned before, even you have full military supremacy and hegemony, and that, of course, will not bring peace and stability to Israel and to our neighborhood.
Thank you, Minister. Let me interject here. You've been asked about the ceasefire, but I would like to ask you about Egypt's vision for the future after a ceasefire. God willing, there will be one. We know Israel plans to maintain a military presence in Gaza. We know Gaza has been devastated and is unlivable. But so far, there is no clear idea of who will govern, who will provide security. Israel refuses the PA. What does Egypt propose? What would Egypt like to see there?
Well, we have a very clear vision for Gaza. Number one is, of course, to stop the ongoing killings of civilians. That's extremely important because sometimes, to focus only on the day after without finishing the business of what's happening today, this is not acceptable. So, first of all, we have to stop the ongoing killings. We must have a ceasefire, an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire, and unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid to Gaza. We used to have, before the 7th of October, at least 700 trucks entering into Gaza. Israel has 5 crossing points with Gaza, all closed, unfortunately. Now, if we manage to have 60 or 70 or 80 trucks per day, that's something good. But of course, this is not matching the needs of the people in Gaza, which is already in starvation. As for the day after, the future of Gaza, of course, we must empower the Palestinian Authority. This is the only legitimate authority on the Palestinian side. They have to be empowered, and they are capable. They have their policemen, and we are ready with Jordan, with the United States and others to provide the training to the existing Palestinian policemen and to empower them in order to take care of Gaza. Egypt is working very hard through hosting the Palestinian factions in order to have a minimal understanding, of course, among them, to have what we call it societal support commission from technocrats, not from affiliated persons to the factions, not politicians, to have this committee between 10 to 15 persons, all of them from Gaza, and to take care of the daily life of Gazans, especially with regard receiving the humanitarian aid and distributing aid, and that would be for a transitional period. And of course, the President Abu Mazen will issue the presidential decree with regard to the formulation of this committee. So this is for transitional, and meanwhile, parallel to that, to empower the Palestinian Authority in order to take care of Gaza fully, and we will not accept separating Gaza from the West Bank. And that's very, very important. The unity, guaranteeing the unity of the West Bank and Gaza is of extreme importance because both of them, including East Jerusalem, in addition to East Jerusalem, as of course the main territorial components of the Palestinian state.
There has been talk of Arab countries, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Morocco were mentioned as possibly contributing peacekeepers or a security presence in a transition. Is that something on the cards or that is being contemplated?
Well, again, I have to be very clear. Palestinians, of course, should take care of the security in Gaza. As for deployment of forces from different countries in Gaza, that should be number one, conditioned with have a clear roadmap with a political horizon and for achieving our common objective, which is the acknowledgement of the Palestinian state. If you are sending troops now without any political horizon, that's as if you are sending people or troops to protect Israel. That is not acceptable. We have to be very clear on that. Secondly, if we will deploy troops in Gaza within a clear-cut political horizon with a time frame leading to the establishment of the Palestinian state, that should include also deployment of those forces in the West Bank in order to guarantee the territorial unity of the Palestinian territories.
One more question on Gaza. Are you concerned, is Egypt concerned that under a Trump presidency, given that Mr. Trump in the past has been supportive of Israeli plans to annex the West Bank, are you concerned that either Gazans will be pushed into Egypt or the Palestinians might be pushed into Jordan, that a new solution would be imposed?
Well, for us, of course, annexation is not an option. We will not, as I mentioned, we will not allow the transfer of the people in Gaza to Egypt or anywhere, because this is practically will be a liquidation of the whole Palestinian cause.
Right.
This is a red line, as I mentioned, and we are sharing the same views and the objectives with Jordan. You know, for both of us, this is a red line. We will not allow people in the West Bank to go to Jordan. We will not allow people in Gaza. Why they should go out of their homelands?
Right.
This is not acceptable.
Okay.
You know.
Let me ask you about Lebanon. Egypt, you were in Beirut recently and you voiced Egypt's commitment to supporting Lebanon. And I would like to cast it a bit in the future. Do you see a possibility of, in the same way that Lebanon has drifted away from the Arabs in the sense that Iranian influence, do you see after this war Iranian influence diminishing, Egypt perhaps and other Arab countries supporting Lebanon, helping save its economy?
Well, our position is very clear. Lebanon is an Arab country, and we must respect and maintain its territorial integrity, its sovereignty, and not to allow to any country, you name it, whether Iran or Israel or any country, to even Arab countries. No single country is allowed to intervene in the internal affairs of Lebanon. This is a sovereign country, and we have to respect its territorial integrity. And of course, we have to only support the will of the Lebanese people based on a homegrown political process supported by the different the different factions in Lebanon, with one objective, of course, is to decide upon themselves, of course, with regard deciding their own, the future of their own political system, election of a new president, and of course having a new government. But again, this is relying only on the will of the Lebanese people. But first of all, we have to stop the ongoing aggression on Lebanon. This is the key point here. We must have a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. And ceasefire is not conditional, of course, to elect a new president in Lebanon. It's completely up to the Lebanese. But as I mentioned, interfering in the internal affairs of the Lebanese is not acceptable from us. whether from an Arab country or non-Arab country. This is, it's completely up to the Lebanese to decide on their own.
Thank you. And let me ask you about the Red Sea crisis, because you mentioned this morning that Egypt lost $8 billion as a result of Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping. How is Egypt dealing with this, especially that this is becoming a protracted crisis?
You are absolutely right. It's really a disaster for the region, for us, and it's affecting, of course, the freedom of navigation and affecting the supply chain in the whole world. If we are serious about stopping the high tension in the Red Sea, we must first of all address the core issue, which is the current aggression on Gaza. This is the main root cause of the current tension, because that's giving justification to different non-state actors to claim that they are doing this in order to support or to show solidarity with the Palestinians. We must stop the war in Gaza. That's extremely important. And of course, we have to de-escalate the existing militarization of the situation in the Red Sea. This does not serve the issue of de-escalation. So we must de-escalate. We must, of course, address the root cause of the problem, which is the attacks and the aggression on Gaza and now on Lebanon, in order not to give any party, whether a state or non-state actor, to have a justification on having tension in this region. And as you correctly mentioned, we are paying heavy price for that. And it's coming in a time of high tension, of high pressure on us, on our economy, especially with regard to the inflation, the skyrocketing prices of food. Egypt is #1 net importer of grain and corn in the world.
Yes.
And we've been hit hard by the Ukrainian crisis and the skyrocketing prices of basic commodities. So, I mean, adding to that with the current tension in the Red Sea, that's making, I mean, our life more and more difficult.
Thank you, Minister. I'll hand you back to Dr. Magri.
Minister, thank you for your generosity. One last question. You heard this morning that Rome Med, this initiative was launched 10 years ago. And we were very ambitious at the beginning and stressing that our aim was to design a positive agenda for the region. But we were also very realistic, and we put a subtitle saying beyond turmoil. And in these last 10 years, there was no shortage of turmoil. We had COVID, Islamic State, the problem in Syria, the problem in Libya, but never like this year the region was so in turmoil, meaning de facto regional war with many countries involved and with all the problems that you mentioned. But we want to keep this visionary approach and positive approach, because eventually turmoil will finish. We don't know if we will have a force, an Arab force, what will happen in Gaza, but eventually the turmoil will end. Can I ask you to try to draft your vision of how the region may look like after the end of this crisis, and what order could emerge from this? I mean, your friend from the Arab League was very pessimistic at the end. Can I ask you not to be optimistic, that's your decision, to try to make a picture of what may come out of this turmoil, please?
Well, I would like just to draw your attention to what was happening in our neighborhood during the early 90s. We've been very close to have a new Middle East. We've been very close to have a new Middle East regional bank and the new Middle East Riviera and the new Middle East security regional system. We've been very, very close. with the surge in the peace process, and unfortunately, all of this.
But we were very close this time as well.
Yeah, no, but
Arabia and Saudi Arabia and Iran, Abraham agreements. So we were very close a year ago.
No, let me be very frank with you. Without addressing the core issue in our neighborhood, the Palestinian issue, I can assure you no prosperity, no peace, and no stability in our neighborhood. We have to be honest with ourselves. That's an important issue. Why we've been quite optimistic during early 90s? Because, there was very positive developments with regard the Madrid conference, and then the mutual recognition between the PLO and Israel, and Oslo I, and then Oslo II. So that's why that gave the more conducive political environment to move forward with regard to the issue of regional integration on commerce, on trade, on investment, even on security. But again, after the assassination of Prime Minister Rabin, unfortunately, everything evaporated. And if you have, again, one country which is, using only military tools to impose and to dictate, again, I can assure you that will not bring peace to or stability to Israel or to our neighborhood. So everything is possible. We have huge opportunities and potentials in our region for more regional integration in security, on energy, on regional development, and we can have more interdependency. But again, with regard with the continuation of the occupation, I'm afraid that this is the main impediment. So again, if we are serious, if we are talking about regional integration, we must end this occupation, and we must have political horizon to address the legitimate rights of the Palestinians, but you cannot mix both of them. You cannot have the land, you cannot have the occupation, and to have full-fledged normalization with the whole countries in the region. This is our position, and this is, I think, the practical one and the pragmatic one, and we are pushing for integration, for prosperity. We are growing by 2.5 million people in Egypt. We have to create at least 1.5 million jobs every year. We cannot do that without having stability in our neighborhood. So again, we are very keen. That's why President Sadat took the lead by visiting Jerusalem. That's why now President Sisi is taking the lead in trying to bring stability to our region. We have excellent relationship with all parties, and we are using our efforts and our contacts in order to have stability in this region, in order to focus only not on destructions, not on war, not on occupation, but of course for more prosperous future for our generations to come. We are very worried about the relationship between the people in our neighborhood. We have now more than 120,000 Palestinian kids living in Gaza, and they lost members or their families, the whole families. What do you expect from them 5-10 years from now? We are worried about a new wave of fundamentalism, of terrorism, of violence, and this does not serve the interest of Israel or the interest of Egypt or the interest of the whole neighborhood. So we have to be realistic. We tried this military means many times before, and it failed. So let's focus again on coexistence, dialogue, of course, and I can assure you in our neighborhood, whether in Palestine or in Libya or in Sudan or in Syria or in Yemen or in the whole neighborhood, I can assure you there is no military solution, only political and peaceful solution.
Thank you, Minister. You have been extremely kind to spend all together an hour with us. Thank you for our colleague from the Financial Times. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel titled New EU Commission, Old EU Priorities, organized by ISPI in cooperation with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I'm very glad to introduce our distinguished speakers, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia, Gordan Grlić Radman, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of North Macedonia, Timcho Mucunski, and Katarzyna Sidlo, Director of the Middle East and North Africa Department at the Center for Social and Economic Research in Poland. So, new commission, hopefully, in a few days, there will be a new commission that is expected to take office in early December. Indeed, on Wednesday, the EU Parliament will vote the new commission led by Ursula von der Leyen. We have seen that this year, this time, the process has been more difficult than in the past. In any case, sooner or later, the new Commission will be confronted with old and new challenges, both internal and external challenges. At its border, the war in Ukraine remains the main challenge to the stability and the security of the entire European continent. But many challenges also come from the European Mediterranean neighborhood, challenges stemming from ongoing conflicts and crises, from climate change, irregular migration, just to mention a few. But how to turn all these challenges into opportunities for cooperation, I think is the greatest challenge that the new EU Commission will face. Look at the Mediterranean neighborhood, two main questions raise. First, what issues should the new EU Commission prioritize in its relationship with the Mediterranean countries? Second, what approach and what tools should the Commission utilize to promote cooperation? Some of you remember that almost 30 years ago, the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, the so-called Barcelona process, was launched. And the aim was to create an area of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. It was an ambitious aim. The area is far from being a space of shared prosperity, stability, but the aim remains the same. So my first question to Minister Grlić Radman. Croatia, EU member since 2013, is also a Mediterranean country, and it has a privileged location, position in the region. So from the Croatian perspective, what are the main challenges that the EU is facing in the Mediterranean region today? Please, Minister.
Thank you so much, and I am really delighted to be once again in Rome, the city, and which played so important role in Mediterranean, but also in the history, culture, and so thank you so much for invitation. Yes, and Croatia, given its specific geopolitical position, we are not only we are at the crossroads. We are not only in the Mediterranean country. We are Middle European. We are close to also Western Balkans region with the countries we share common history, more than 70 years. And but in 30 years after Croatia was recognized, so we achieved all necessary the most important foreign policy goals. Only what remains, it's an OECD membership, and we are on the way too. And just to start with our neighborhood, our neighborhood is very important for the stability, for the peace, for security, and so on. Croatia is very much interested in and invested a lot of diplomatic, political engagement just to promote European perspective of the Western Balkans. But of course, it's also up to the countries to fulfill all their so required their criteria. But when it comes to our neighborhood, our south neighborhood, however, the Mediterranean, the countries around, so they are our partners. And we have to, not only Croatia, but the whole European Union should be on a more focus and to work together in order to find a good platform of communication and cooperation, having in mind that the rapidly, so the changing, given it's a rapidly changing geopolitical environment, and so are many challenges, and we live in a specific and dangerous world. Unfortunately, we had the crisis, Russian aggression against Ukraine. We had the crisis in the Middle East, and they are not alternative for peace. That means to achieve peace and stability, we have to work together. And that is, it's not by accident that our Mediterranean, our south neighborhood is part of the strategic compass. It's a European Union, very important document for the next decade. There is security. You mentioned just irregular migration. You mentioned climate change. But of course, also the disruptive channels of actually food security. So it's something that so we have to face and to find the solutions just to transport to the countries the need the best. And there are so many challenges right now in the Middle East, and our aim is de-escalation, ceasefire. Also in the, today in their opening remarks, some ministers, some speakers also mentioned situation there in Middle East, and also in Lebanon, for example, where Lebanon can count also on us, on our support, and the European Union should be more present there. First of all, we appealed to that all the hostages should be released and to find a common solution in the Middle East. It's important that it's not also by accident Croatia, given its Mediterranean geopolitical position, also offered, and we gave our Madam Dubravka Šuica, who will be new commissioner. Even it's a new reintroduced portfolio just devoted to the Mediterranean. And we support her very much, and we support this portfolio. There is a lot of work ahead of her. And so with our common engagement, we can find probably also better solution in the Middle East. She will be quite very well engaged. And now with your question, new commission, old obligation, but new commission and new obligations. Now, so we are facing a new situation in our strategic environment, and we want to that peace, that rules-based order must be respected, and just to pull together all the democratic countries, all the partners who share our values, and to isolate aggressors and who isolate someone who is who is not respecting the international law. But so we have to live together, and in order to live together, we have to respect the rules. And so the Croatia, as a country, we had actually also Homeland War, and in our experience we know very much that we do not take peace and stability for granted. Yeah. And we fought for our freedom, for our independence, our sovereignty, and we appreciate very much, of course, what we achieved in this regard and 30 years ago.
Thank you so much, Minister. So now my question is to you, Minister Muchunski, from the perspective of North Macedonia, which is a candidate country. What are the main challenges the EU is facing in the Mediterranean, and what role can North Macedonia and Southern Balkans countries together play in addressing the shared challenges coming from the region? Please.
So first of all, thank you. A huge thank you to our colleague, Mr. Tajani. I don't think anybody minds being invited to the beautiful Rome for 2 days. And especially a huge applause to the Foreign Ministry as well as ISPI, the Adenauer Foundation, with which I personally have a very long-standing relationship with, for organizing today's panel and the possibility to discuss such substantial issues. First of all, I echo many of the things that my colleague, Mr. Grlić Radman, reiterated. Looking at it from our perspective, we are, yes, a candidate country. Next year, we will celebrate 20 years of being a candidate country, which is an issue in its own, and which is an issue that will play very deeply into how the European Commission will look at an enlargement in our region, but on the specific issue at hand. First of all, what I will say is, although we are a candidate country, we are a candidate country that is 100% aligned with the EU CFSP. What we're hoping for with the new High Representative, Ms. Kallas, is that we will be brought on in the decision-making process, the aligning countries, the countries that are 100% aligned with the CFSP and that are candidate countries, to have input in many of the decisions when it comes to the CFSP. Because these are issues that affect the European Union, but that affect us geographically, politically, and primarily from a security perspective. The challenges are exactly the same. I share the approach that there is malign influence in the Mediterranean that we have to counter-react to. Especially the role of Russia and China is something that we cannot absolutely ignore. I think migration is a very important issue. We, as a country, are part of that migration route. In 2015, we proved how we can effectively be, at times, the border of the European Union, the protector of European security, the protector of European interests, although we are not a member state. To this day, our cooperation with Frontex is at an extremely high level and has proven itself extremely efficient. The challenges are economic and trade challenges as well. Sometimes when there is, as my colleague Grlić Radman said, disruption, that disruption affects our economy, that disruption affects trade, that causes inflation in our economies, that causes domestic disturbances. So we have to counter-react. We have to have common approaches. We have to be unified in our reaction to these challenges. But we also have to work when it comes to outreach, when it comes to promoting diplomacy, when it comes to values. Although we, as I continue to reiterate, are not a member state of the European Union, we have proven as a nation that we are a functional, multi-ethnic and multi-confessional democracy, which means that we can also commonly be promoters of shared values, values that we can promote with this region. And we have to be engaged. I think we cannot ignore the role of engagement. Part of that engagement is multilateral fora, such as the one being held here today, where we engage with partners from this region, where we discuss about our common challenges and common solutions, but also being present in the region, actively, bilaterally, multilaterally present, so that we work together to overcome the problems that may not directly affect us at this day, but have, as we conclude together, long-term repercussions. I applaud the role of Ms. Šuica, who is an effective leader, has proven herself as an effective leader both domestically in Croatia, but also on the European level. We have known her from her time in the European Parliament. Recently, she had a very important role in the last European Commission when it comes to demography, and I think she will be an extremely efficient and proven leader with this new European Commission on this issue that is extremely important for us. Engagement on the key issues, I think, is primary. Issues such as energy, trade, migration, and finding common solutions to them, with the full understanding that sometimes the stance of all of the EU member states might not align on some of the details, but on the general issues that are at hand, I think that without a problem we can be unified in the message that we send to this region.
Thank you so much. Katarzyna, Minister Moczulski mentioned the disruptive effects of instability on the economy, on trade. And how do you assess the current state of economic cooperation between the EU and the Mediterranean neighbors? And do you think that the war in Ukraine is diverting the EU attention and the EU funds away from the Mediterranean?
Right, first of all, let me extend also thanks for inviting me here to the ISPI and the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs in Italy. It's a great pleasure to be here and to be able to contribute to the discussion. Well, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine disturbed pretty much everything. Coming from Poland, we can only say, we told you so, it's going to happen. And it's absolutely normal that at first all the attention went to the east. Now, a little bit looking in the midterm, in some ways this attention has really been diverted because, of course, you had to extinguish the fire first. The attention has been also diverted in some ways because the invasion of Ukraine has really had one positive spillover, which is giving a new momentum to the enlargement process. So indeed, this is a very welcome that this is happening, but the enlargement process definitely takes some attention from the southern neighborhood, which is why I think it was a very good move on the current Commission to separate the portfolio for the DG Mediterranean, to focus on the Mediterranean, to include the Gulf states in that portfolio, and to have separate commissioner focusing on the enlargement. Those are two different processes, and I think this is a very good move on the part of the new Commission. Of course, the invasion of Ukraine in one way directed the attention towards the Mediterranean, and this is because of the energy issues. So this new refocus again on the energy security and the need to collaborate with partners in the southern neighborhood and beyond in the GCC in terms of the energy security and going forward, moving with the decarbonization process. Now, the current state of the economic cooperation is not ideal. I would say for the past years, migration, apart from energy, really took over. The recent agreements that we had, the Memorandum of Understanding with Tunisia of 2023, the Strategic and Comprehensive Partnership with Egypt of 2024, they were branded as more geared towards economy, trade, investment. But in fact, what the Commission doesn't like to call them, but everyone else call them, are migration deals. So this is a little bit of a problem. Now, going forward, I really hope that what on paper looks good. So first of all, the Commission wanting to be Investment Commission. This is key. And second of all, rebranding. I mean, words matter. Previously, we had the new agenda for the Mediterranean. An agenda is something that you set unilaterally yourself. Now the Commission wants to have the Pact for the Mediterranean. And I think Pact is something that you need two sides to form. So I hope that this wording will also be reflected in actually the cooperation going forward. So working on those bilateral tailor-made agreements for each country that Ms. Šuica actually talked about during her hearings at the European Parliament, there is a big potential for strengthening the economic cooperation between the EU and individual partner countries in the region. And I think the focus should be on investment more than on trade right now. There's more potential for forming trade deals than pushing forward deep and comprehensive trade agreements that we haven't seen much progress in the past. But of course, this is not going to be easy. And of course, there are many other issues that the Commission has to take into consideration while forming the economic partnership. The most important, I would say, challenge when trying to have more investment into the region is that, unlike some other countries present in the region like China, EU companies cannot be told to go to an individual country and invest. There need to be a conducive environment for trade and for investment. So this is a little bit of a problem. Signing an agreement, bilateral agreement, even the best written agreement is not going in itself to attract investment. And in here, I think the EU has to work with some other partners, with the Gulf countries, for instance, to try to kind of leverage the common potential in terms of incentivizing the partners in the southern neighborhood to improve the investment climate and look into developing the economic relationship towards that direction.
Thank you very much. Let me turn again to you, Minister Girlich-Radman. You mentioned before the important role that the EU Commissioner for the Mediterranean, Dubravka-Šuica, will have, and it's important, an important role also for Croatia. From your perspective, what should be the priorities of the incoming Commission in the wider Mediterranean?
Your question is so important, and it makes actually the even more interesting and more challenging, of course, for the all composition, all collegium of the European Commission. So I do remember when Croatia assumed the EU presidency in the first half of 2020, and our slogan was an European Union in a challenging time. But
always challenging.
But however, we didn't expect that. So it will be for us. So when it comes to the pandemic, the COVID-19 challenging time, and fortunately, we haven't had these meetings in Croatia. The last one was on the 6th of March. We had an Gimnich and the extraordinary FAC, however. And then so we were forced to adapt us to the new circumstances and to work on, to communicate online and so on, however, but we used to do it. And however, also in this very difficult time, so we achieved our homework and everything what we actually promised and in our program. Only what was not able just to organize the conference on the future of Europe in Dubrovnik on 9th because it was not possible just to physically to organize a meeting. But however, everything, even Western Balkan Summit we organized, and we then issued the declaration on the Western Balkans for Albania, Macedonia, just to open negotiations with the European Union. And of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now we see some achievements, and even now we want to see the progress in the European perspective in the Western Balkans. But can we keep in mind that Dubravka-Šuica, she kept actually the part of her previous portfolio, namely demography. Also mentioned demography, but with Mediterranean portfolio is something that. It's not only up to her, it's also up to us to support her portfolio, because It is a European one. We are looking forward to her proposal, for example, the EU's post-Gaza strategy for the Middle East, for example, and of course the ways to achieve peace and stability in this region, but also a contribution to the multi-annual support program for the Palestinian Authority is also something that Croatia supports. And we also committed to the joint efforts within the EU Med9. So Med9, they are European Union Mediterranean countries, and Croatia and Slovenia just entered a few years ago. It's really organized for the benefit of the Mediterranean basin, and which need, of course, to remain high on the agenda, EU agenda. But just to mention that there is 45% of the EU population. So its composition 9 countries. That means 45% of the EU population. It really demonstrates that a leverage, and that Mediterranean through EU Med became energy hub. Yeah. Energy hub is very important, and Croatia can contribute in this regard. Croatia became our energy hub for the region and beyond. Just to mention that as of 1st January 2021, we opened the LNG terminal on the island of the Kirk. And at that time, so our humble capacity was 9.2 BCM. But after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, phasing out our dependency on Russian oil and gas remained crucial, and that Croatian government decided on just to double down its capacity up to 6.1. Not only gas, but also there is an JANAF, Adriatic oil pipeline. It could also just, it's good to see my colleague from Slovak Republic. We just discussed it, and when I visited bilaterally, when we met in Bratislava, we can just deliver and to ensure the needs of Hungary, for example, of Slovak Republic, and of course the countries of the Western Balkans. But also, I like also to mention, when it comes to the Mediterranean, when it comes to MENA, it's Middle East, North Africa, the important role of GCC. We recently have the summit of GCC. I think we do see that the countries of GCC can contribute and can be, there are importance for finding a common solution when it comes to finding the peace and stability in the Middle East. And of course, also you mentioned once again Dubravka Šuica. I think it will be challenging, however, but it's something new, and the European Union could give its impetus in this regard and could be more present there, but not to forget, of course, our partners. First of all, United States as well. It's very important to enhance our partnership with the new American administration, and to work together to establish peace and to see a stable and of course to find a solution in the Middle East. Of course, Croatia. So for the very beginning, our approach was a two-state solution in the Middle East. Two peoples, two states.
Thank you. You mentioned very important issues, and you highlighted the role of Croatia as an energy hub. So moving to North Macedonia, it has a strategic location for trade and connectivity. So in these sectors, how North Macedonia can contribute to strengthening cooperation between the EU and the southern neighborhood? Minister Muchulski, please.
This is probably one of the key issues that we look at as a government. We are a small, landlocked country, as we reiterate, a candidate for the EU, but also a NATO member state. And in that sense, we see ourselves as the crossroads of our region. And that is why, what are the firm priorities of our current government? The first two key priorities, Corridors 8 and Corridor 10. Corridor 8 affects Italy. It is a corridor that is of importance for trade, for economy, but also for political security purposes. And our aim is to continue in transport investments, but also railway investments on Corridor 8, which goes all the way from Italy, going even to Romania. The second priority of equal importance, not second because it is of lesser importance, is Corridor 10. And our aim in Corridor 10 is key investments when it comes to railway infrastructure, essentially connecting Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Skopje, Thessaloniki, and Athens. We are currently also working, and what is in the pipeline for us is the interconnector, which would connect us with Greece and the port of Alexandroupolis, with the hope that we can later invest in an interconnector going to Serbia, which would help bring the energy from Alexandroupolis all the way to Central and Eastern Europe. The primary goal being less energy dependence on Russia. And in that sense, we see this as policies of stability. Economic stability, political stability, but also equally important, security stability for NATO member states, for like-minded countries in the region and throughout Europe. We are pushing these investments as a government, hoping that towards the end of the current government mandate, all of them will be in the pipeline, being close to finish, some aspects of these projects being finished. And in that sense, we will continue to serve as a crossroads of infrastructure and as a crossroads of energy in the region and in Europe. And this is one of the essential aspects of keeping Europe safe, but also proving that the Western Balkans is a vital part of Europe's stability. In that sense, what we hope for is a commitment, a further commitment to the Western Balkans, a commitment coming from Brussels, but a commitment coming in equal status, in equal principle from all of the member states. Because on all of these issues, as Minister, and I will again echo, as I said previously, Minister Grlić-Radman, it is not just about the commitment of the Commission, it is also about the equal commitment and push coming from all of the member states on all of these issues, so that we take what we speak and perform it and turn it into action and into deliverable policies.
Yes, thanks for highlighting. This is a very important aspect, the key role of economic cooperation as a driving force to foster political stability. Turning to you, Katarzyna, in your view, what steps should the new Commission take to support economic development in southern neighborhood countries? And how can these countries help from their side the EU achieve its goal, especially in energy security, resilience of its value chains?
Right. So I will start with the first part. So what can the EU do to help the countries in its southern neighborhood? So the EU has been doing, it's a major payer, but I think it was the Commissioner-designate Šuica who actually mentioned that the EU wants to be not just a payer, but also a player. Now, the problem is that a lot of things that has been designed as helping with the economic reform has not actually worked. I will come back to the Memorandum of Understanding with Tunisia, which, the Commission was trying to portray as some sort of success, but in fact, the and I'm trying to just not to mess up the quote, but the actual evaluation was that it's not only, but the biggest positive was 80% less migration from Tunisia in 2024 compared to 2022-23, and I quote, little bit advanced in the Tunisian economy. So, you know, when you think about it this way, the agreement that was supposed to be about economic development, but in fact, the advantage was decreasing migration, how can you not dub it a migration deal? The problem is, of course, not just on the EU side, because you need partners in the Southern neighborhood who are willing to implement the reforms in order to improve the economic situation. And this is not easy. I understand that the Commission is now working with Jordan and Morocco to try to sign similar agreements, comprehensive and strategic agreements. And perhaps with those partner countries, it will be a little bit easier to find common fields of cooperation. With Morocco, for instance, the energy portfolio will definitely play a big role. With some other partner countries like Egypt, equally, the economic reforms have not come by. So here the EU is working kind of hand to hand with the IMF. But the problem from the Egyptian side is that because the economy is, well, it's too big to fail. So some reforms will be implemented, and then there will be a backstop, and you can't really push more. And this more push is needed really in order to attract the investment that is needed, but investment not in big projects, vanity projects, but investment in actual sustainable infrastructure, including infrastructure for the energy. So this is not really an easy job. I said before in my first answer that there's perhaps some scope for cooperation with the partners in the Gulf to come together and try to push for certain reforms that are less politically sensitive, but definitely will have the benefit of attracting more investment. So that's for sure there. On the part of the trade, this is a little bit more complicated because as we know, the free trade agreements, they're outdated, they don't really work very well. No one is really willing to push forward with the deep and comprehensive trade agreements. So perhaps, again, the conversation should shift both to investment and to talking about trade, not in goods, but in services. On the second part of the question, how can the countries in the southern neighborhood, and I will extend it to the GCC now that the DG MET is covering the broader region. Of course, there's huge potential for renewables in the region, and that's undoubtedly true. But at the same time, a lot of countries who have the potential for renewables are benefiting hugely from the traditional energy extraction. So there's a very fair line in between benefiting from the resources that you have and moving forward with developing, for instance, solar energy. I would say that one thing to bear in mind for the future, for instance, when developing hydrogen, is that the Europe should bear in mind and be sensitive to the fact that the clean energy produced should also be used in those countries, not just transferred to the EU, so that the countries in the region continue to use polluting energy and the clean energy is transported directly to the EU. It really has to be a win-win balanced kind of deal. I understand there's a kind of new overarching program, the Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation Initiative. I just hope it will become an umbrella for all the other initiatives and not another one, because sometimes, frankly, it's a little bit difficult to understand which project is focusing on what. Yes, I will stop there right now.
Thank you, Katarzyna. I see that we have time for a third round of questions. So I turn to you, Minister Grlić-Radman, with a more specific question about Croatia and what role can Croatia play in the security of Western Balkans and Europe, because we talk about stability, security, and we would like to know a bit more on the role of Croatia.
So if you see that after the solution of former Yugoslavia, only Croatia and Slovenia achieved its membership in European Union. Some other countries from the Western Balkans are also the members of NATO, for example, like Macedonia. In fact, So Croatia could be a role model for the West Balkans, and we are really there. It's it's natural that so it's in our interest to have a stable, peaceful, institutional and functional Western Balkans. So the European border, it's the longest Schengen border in Croatia with Bosnia and Herzegovina, more than 1,000 kilometers. And Croatia is, as of 1st January 2022, under 2023 in the Schengen zone, and we also introduced Euro as a Croatian national currency. So we are full integrated in the European Union. We are loyal member of NATO. We are completely on the side of the rules of law, democracy, and as I mentioned, it's not Croatia, it's the other countries who claim or who perceive that Croatia is a success story. And we are very privileged to the fact that so we are considered as a success story. I think a lot of work. We did a lot of work, hard work. We work hard to achieve it. However, there are still to be works to be done. But so I also mentioned that so the hard work does pay off, and we offer our neighbors, our Western Balkans countries, our expertise, our experience. It's in common interest to have good neighborly relations. But now it's up to the countries and the Western Balkans to promote. It's up to them that it should be visible that so they should promote regional stability and good neighborly relations. And Croatia is ready, of course, to close all the outstanding issues. So they are as a legacy of the solution for Yugoslavia. When it comes to the missing persons, we still, for example, searching on the 1,877. It's not only bilateral, it's universal, it's human, civilizational issue. And the full alignment with the European foreign and security policy, it's just 100%, it's must, so that there is the countries of the Western Balkans are, if you see just at the map, they are surrounded by the members of the European Union, by the members of NATO, and naturally and geostrategically, geopolitically, they belong to European Union. Of course, in that way, and with this in mind, so that Croatia is vocal proponent. Who is more interested than Croatia is? We are a vocal proponent of the European perspective of the Western Balkans. But as I mentioned just, Croatia is ready to help it. And Croatia is there, and we helped Bosnia and Herzegovina, we helped Montenegro, we helped also Serbia, of course, North Macedonia. And we also want to see, and Albania, of course, we also want to see the Kosovo as a member of the international institution, and of course to be recognized also by United Nations as well. So there is there's no alternative for peace, for stability, just for sake of peace, of stability. We need the dialogue is, of course, the most important tool of how we can prevail some different approaches and to find a compromise. Compromise is important. And when it comes, for example, Ukraine, just we need peace, but not just peace as a general peace. We need a just peace. And it's very important that, so we all the international community, democratic countries, our partners who share our common value should just pull together and, of course, to find a common solution for the Ukraine. And so everyone sufferings there. First of all, civilians one.
Thank you. In the framework of the UN enlargement, we know that North Macedonia is a candidate country, and what are your priorities in advancing your country integration into the EU?
So when it comes to this issue, and especially the context of what this discussion is about, the role of the new Commission, I would mention a term used in a bit of a different context this morning by our wonderful colleague from the United Arab Emirates. Our colleague Reem mentioned a trust deficit. And to be very honest, there is an existing trust deficit in our region about sometimes the objective intentions of the EU for enlargement. We know there are countries such as Croatia which will push this issue. But is the unanimity honest? And this is something that it's a battle we need to fight together, coming from a government that is pro-EU, that within the first 5 months of his mandate has retained a policy of being 100% aligned with the CFSP, that has a policy of fully supporting Ukraine, that within a month and a half of its formation managed to adopt what Commission President von der Leyen labeled an excellent reform agenda, which opened us up to the EU's growth plan. Yes, we see a new momentum after the war in Ukraine, but at the end of the day, it has been many years since the EU has delivered on enlargement. And it is not enough to just have rhetoric. It is not enough to just have fine words, but we need to see delivery on the basis of values, on the basis of issues such as alignment with the CFSP, on the basis of issues such as whether or not we have reformed our system of rule of law, the fight against corruption, issues such as alignment with fisheries policy, agriculture policy. But at the end of the day, we also need very openly to speak about the far too prevalent existence of bilateralization of the EU enlargement process, something we as a nation have been the utmost witness to. I remind my interlocutors all the time, in 30 years since our independence, we are a nation that has changed its flag, its currency, its constitution several times, a nation that has changed its name, and a nation that is not being allowed to open accession negotiations yet again because of another bilateral request. And in this sense, what we're hoping for from the new Commission as well as the member states is the push of a merit-based approach. Alignment with the CFSP, as I said. Alignment with the acquis communautaire, how much of the reforms are being done. We will, as a government, push on these issues because we see these issues as the fundamental part of our path towards EU membership. We will be a government that will deliver, that will practice what it preaches, and in this sense hope that both from Brussels, but as we say yet again, from the member states, there will be recognition of what is being done tangibly on the ground to protect these over-prevailing values that we have that are mutual and that will move not just our region, but our whole continent forward towards the future.
Thank you. So let's see what will happen in the next 5 years with the new Commission. So Katarzyna, last question is for you. We talked extensively about the EU policies towards the Mediterranean, but let's try to change the perspective. And let's think from the perspective of southern neighborhood countries, how the EU policies are perceived in the region, and in particular, what are the key areas where the EU support is seen as most beneficial? Over to you, please.
Thank you. I mean, I think I have to start with what Minister was saying about trust. I think there's a lot of trust issues in the southern neighborhood as well when it comes to the EU policies. Even before the ongoing also in Gaza, after the outbreak of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was this perception of double standards of the EU. And it continues and actually got worse, saying how the EU is basically not taking any concrete actions towards, there's a lot of words coming around, but there's not very concrete actions. The talks about suspending the association agreement with Israel went nowhere. This is not going to happen. The argumentation behind this is frankly, in my opinion, not sustainable. And I'm talking about populations now. I'm not talking about the governments, but the population sees and they see the double standards. After the invasion of Ukraine, again, I will give you an example of what happened. So immediately after the invasion, Poland saw millions of Ukrainians coming. And what we did, there was not a single refugee camp. Like people, including me, we were like hosting people on the floor of our apartments. Everyone, was driving back and forth. Would we do that the same for the Syrians? Did we do the same for the Syrians? We didn't, and we wouldn't. And the populations in the southern neighborhood saw that. There is this big issue of double standards. And there's a big issue of trust. Again, coming back to the memorandum of understanding, is it a deal to support the economy of the country or is it a migration deal? And the populations see that. So I think a big challenge for the upcoming commission will be to rebuild this trust and to interact more honestly. I think working closer with the European Parliament in that regard would really, really help. In terms of the positives, just to finish on a positive note, you ask about which EU policies are viewed positively. There is, I think, slight improvement in the perception of the EU's kind of financial engagement. There was a question before, and it's still there, about how visible the EU projects are, how visible EU help is compared, for instance, to the US engagement or Chinese engagement for that matter. So there's slight improvement on that. But I think most importantly, what is viewed positively is it's still, the European way of life as a package. People still are willing to migrate to Europe because they see it as a good way of life. It's just that we can't contain this good way of life within our borders, and we can't pretend we're trying to promote it while, in fact, in the back pushing our own agenda. Again, agenda. I think that the new pact should be really a pact, should be really a conversation between the two. But it will take a lot of time and it will take a lot of efforts to rebuild the trust in the European Union and its policies within the populations in the southern neighborhood.
Thank you so much, Katarzyna. I agree there's an issue of trust, of double standards. There's also an issue of knowledge, because in many countries, people don't know what the EU does and what the EU policies are for the region. So we get to the end of our panel. We are 1 minute in advance. And I'd like to thank our speakers for their insightful interventions and enjoy the continuation of the conference. Thank you so much for your attention. Take a picture, please, please.
Of course, here you have my cell phone number here as well, my mobile phone.
Katarzyna,
Yep.
we take a picture of the... Professore, venga anche lei nella foto. Please.
The ladies in the middle, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm rooting.
Huge pleasure.
Thank you so
I'm rooting
much.
for Northwest Italia.
Thank you. Everybody's rooting for us, but we just can't get lucky, as it seems.
Wow.
Because of many reasons that have nothing to do with us.
I think you will finally, just my car. I think you will finally.
Photo.
Okay, buonasera a tutti, good evening everyone, or good afternoon, what's the time? Maybe good afternoon more. And welcome to this debate on the Global Gateway, and our guest today will be Mrs. Abla Abdel Latif from the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies, Mr. Clyde Caruana, the Minister of Finance from Malta, and Ambassador, you all know Ambassador Giampiero Massolo, now chair of Mundis, and we'll try to talk for the next 45 minutes about this initiative that has centered the global gateway of the European Union, which is an important item of the Union's foreign policy to facilitate investments and partnerships, and it's entering its fourth year actually, because it was introduced by Commission President von der Leyen. It was, I think, December 1st, 2021. And, well, it was a different world. 3 years ago, the world was different, the Mediterranean was different. And so, well, the idea was to facilitate investments, facilitate networks, communications networks, and basically to provide an instrument for European policy facing the growing energy of Chinese economic investments and influence in the regions bordering Europe. So I would like to start from our guest, Minister Caruana, Minister Clyde Caruana, from Minister of Finance from Malta. And I would like to start just from this first idea. When it was launched, the Global Gateway Initiative was, imagined in a different world. We now have a world that's marred by two wars, one in Ukraine, one in the Middle East, and the idea was that globalization, trade, network initiatives, and the improvement of global communications would foster a world and a Mediterranean basin without war and in peace. It doesn't seem to be the case. What do you think has happened, and what can happen now? Is this kind of initiatives useful to to overcome this this sense of growing conflict we're seeing in the Mediterranean today?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invite, for being part of this discussion today. I'd like to refer to what you said by first referring to a quote, and I'm referring to Henry Kissinger. And he used to say, if you want to call Europe, if you want to call someone in Europe, whom you would call? And that, of course, remark was for the simple fact that we all speak of Europe, but at the same time, there is sort of a missing sense of leadership in Europe. And with reference to the global gateway, especially its essence and importance in today's world, where we have on one side, we all know what's happening on the eastern front of Europe. We all know who are the countries that are giving a helping hand for that conflict in order to perpetuate. And we all know what's happening also on the other side of the Atlantic. So perhaps in the coming months and years, we're going to experience a world that is going to become dominated by major forces. And from where I sit, I continue to see a Europe that is continuing to be missing, perhaps, in all this. Definitely, Europe needs to step up its actions and its visibility across the globe. And at times, there's no better way in doing diplomacy through projects. The projects that can be financed through the initiative that you've just mentioned, the Global Gateway. Of course, it is up to Europe now to make sure that the funds that are available, the 300 billion or so, they come to fruition and they increase awareness and visibility of Europe across the globe. The initiatives that the Commission here has earmarked, of course, are initiatives that deal with the green transition, with infrastructure, with digitalization, key projects that, of course, are necessary for countries to develop, to make sure that they have the necessary infrastructure. But the meaning of such funds now, perhaps it has a total new, different meaning from what perhaps it used to have way back in 2021. And the meaning is that of a Europe that has to become more visible, a Europe that has to become more meaningful in the global community. And that, I think that aim has to be achieved even through diplomacy via such initiatives.
More visible, you say?
Yes, because, I mean, if you had to do a particular survey, in whichever country you'd like to, perhaps people first would identify themselves with their country of origin, rather than by saying they are European at first. And I think that this sense of Europeanism, let's call it that way, it has to become more visible in the years to come if we want Europe, that is, its member states, to become more visible on the international stage. I mean, even if we had to look, and I'm going to deviate a bit, on what's going to happen on the eastern side of Europe, that is the Ukrainian conflict. Everyone is waiting to see what the United States is going to do. So it seems that the players who are looking at what's happening at this stage, they are already ignoring what Europe has to say about what's going over there. And everyone is looking on the western side of the Atlantic to see what the United States have to say. And that, of course, in itself, it's a powerful message because, of course, it ignores what the European Union has to say about a conflict that is happening on its doorstep.
Thanks, Minister. I would like to ask Ms. Abdelatif, who is the director of the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies. Talking about Global Gateway, it definitely was intended as a counterbalance to Chinese influence in regions like Africa, Northern Africa. I remember Ursula von der Leyen saying it's not used to build a road between a Chinese mine and a Chinese port. You know, we just build a road. It doesn't make sense. So we want to, provide investments and be present with connection, with communications, with environmental initiatives. So the idea was to be a counterbalance. Egypt is a country that is in the Belt and Road Initiative, is associated to China in this worldwide economic initiative, is also now a part of the BRICS countries. So how can be Europe, an initiative like Global Gateway and more in general Europe, relevant to this? Or how can this instrument be relevant to a relationship between Europe and a country like Egypt if the idea is to have an equal partnership and be a partner as much as China or other countries are?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for having the MED meeting during this time, which was not easy, and thank the organizers for inviting me. Your question actually is quite complex, okay? And I see it as consisting of 3 parts, okay? The first one being from an Egyptian perspective, whether really Global Gateway can sort of replace, okay, the BRI. How similar, how different are they? If Egypt's involvement in BRICS would make it lean towards one side more than the other. This is what you're saying practically. And the third one is how this instrument can be used better, can be used more properly in order to encourage the partnership. And let me say a few words about each one of these. On the first one, from an Egyptian perspective, okay, and at least this is my personal opinion, we don't see at all that these two are, replaceable. They are actually quite different, so they can be complementary. It's not that one is going to come and replace the other. Yes, the objectives are similar. The focus is similar in the sense of focusing on the infrastructure, on the digital transformation, okay, on the interest in development, but they are actually quite different. The BRI is a much older initiative, okay? The Global The Global Gateway was only 3 years ago. One is multidimensional and multinational, actually, in nature, because it's coming from a number of countries within Europe and a number of institutions, while the other one is coming from only one country. It is one country, even though it's huge, almost as big as Europe and with a bigger population, but it is one country, and it has state-owned ownership. So it is actually quite a different model. The Global Gateway comes with the standards and values of transparency, et cetera, all the Western standards. The Chinese are not as transparent. They are just after the project for their interests, and they do not interfere with the culture of people, which is one of the reasons why they are infiltrating in Africa way more than Europe. So they are not the same, and so we should not see one as replacing the other one. That's my first point. What is more important is that in reality, on the ground, both of them are more rhetoric than reality. And here I would like to emphasize what Mr. Minister just said about the visibility. Laymen in Egypt, don't talk about Global Gateway. They don't know Global Gateway. They know that there is a partnership agreement between Egypt and the EU that has been operating for a couple of decades. 50% at least of our trade is with Europe. Our investment also is with Europe. And so they don't know anything about this other one. The intentions of the areas of focus, interest in investment are talked about, but on the ground there is still very little. The only thing that happened is a conference that took place in June 2024 to talk about the partnership, and the term Global Gateway was not even used. It's Egypt-EU partnership. That's the only term that is used. Lots of MOUs were signed, and money was assigned from the EU to Egypt in order to support in the macroeconomic situation, but there is nothing really that is physical there. The same goes, by the way, with the Chinese. There are investments in Egypt from China, but there are investments that would have taken place anyway. Investment in the Suez Canal economic zone, some investments, support for the railway roads, but it's not like, for instance, the China-Pakistan road connection, which is a clear part at the heart of the BRI. So this is actually important. It's more rhetoric than on the ground, and the visibility is missing. This is on the first question. On the second question, Egypt's membership in BRICS, in my opinion, is a political membership. This is not an economic collaboration. Those countries are not going to get together and become one unit. It's a political association between a number of countries that are actually suffering from not having been heard because of the Bretton Woods Agreement and the imbalance in power. The Global South is not heard. So this is an attempt of getting together. It doesn't interfere with any of this. On the third question, and very briefly, what needs to be done? For starters, what the Global Gateway, as it enters or as it deals with the country, it has to respect its development priorities. They cannot come with their own agenda. And this is critical for Egypt and even more critical for Africa, because Africa is still looked at as a number of colonies for the European countries. And as they enter, they think they know what is best for them more than them, which is not right and doesn't fly. So that's one point. Second point, the carbon, what is it called? The carbon CBAM. Yes, the CBAM is going to be applied, and is going to affect the exports from Egypt big time. We are paying for climate damage for which we are not responsible. It's a non-tariff barrier that's affecting our exports big time. And so we need, if Global Gateway is to help, we need an initiative similar to the industrial modernization problem that you guys did a number of years ago to green the economy. Third and last point, nothing is going to happen of benefit for Egypt unless the region goes back to security and peace. And I'm not talking about the end of the war. I'm talking about the sustainable peace, which is based on the rights of the Palestinians in the land. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I would like to go over to Ambassador Massolo to ask him, well, first of all, we've just been told that this initiative may be good, but it's not visible. Nobody knows about it. And actually, it's very young, only 3 years. But everybody's talking about the Belt and Road. And nobody's talking about this global gateway, not even in Europe, nobody knows about it. And so what is the point? Is there a lack of investment? Is it an effective instrument? Is there a lack of investments? Is it not well politically publicized? Or does it suffer from a very European Union-oriented attitude of like being green, being focused on connectivity, on soft investments, rather than heavy industrial mining, you know, the kind of investment? So what are its shortcomings, or does it have shortcomings, or is it working and we don't know about it?
Well, thank you very much. I think that actually sometimes, especially in Europe, when we speak about infrastructures and in general about initiatives such as Global Gateway, we lose a little bit of sight that this, in the normal world, which means outside of Europe, this kind of initiatives tend to be considered more as a tool of influence rather than a tool of help. Of course, helping and influencing sometimes, more often than seldom, come together, but the philosophy that is behind is different. In Europe, it is always difficult to organize something, to make, as the minister was saying, a meaningful tool with a meaningful governance, recognizable governance, and being active and effective with something that at the end of the day needs to be, needs the consent of several centers of power, be it the Commission, be it member states, governments, etc. So it looks a little bit out of focus, if you want. And then the aim, that is usually we have an amount of money, and this amount of money is not huge, especially if you compare it with the Chinese, for instance, and even with the G7, the global infrastructure program of the G7, which is more or less a double already there. And you have difficulties in identifying whom to phone, no? And then the mentality. The mentality is that the others, namely the Chinese, are very clear in what they think something like their initiative can achieve. Linking countries to them, trying to share something like common objectives, and influencing their policy making by using what Paracana describes as the functional geography. Infrastructures and invisible links influence and link countries one to the other more than visible and, how can I say, very, very, very spoke about initiatives. It should be much more invisible, much more effective, because the aim is to use it as an instrument of influence. Of course, Europe is not China, and Europe can't, how can I say, it's not supposed to conduct this kind of initiatives. But then, don't be surprised if the initiative is not known, if the Chinese are there and we are not, if you have a G7 initiative that is poorly coordinated with the European one. This all comes unsurprisingly, simply because the conception, the mentality that lies behind is something different. And then there are three other points that are important. One point is that if you start from the point of view, from the starting point, that Global Gateway should be supposed to give more leverage for Europe in a part of the world in which it is not wise for Europe to give too much weight to the Chinese, then you can do as if the Americans did not exist. In a way or in another, you have to make a link with the Americans. And to do this, you should coordinate better in the G7 what you do as G7 and what you do as Global Gateway, because at least 4 European countries are in the G7 and are in the Global Gateway. Second thing, it's a question of resources, and resources are scarce. It's like going to hunting a rhino with a rifle that is not up to the task. No, let's be frank about it, are scarce. And third thing is that sooner or later, and don't misunderstand me, but Europe will be obliged to reconsider what it means by conditionality. Once again, you can't live, as Mr. Macron said, you can't live with people that usually eat meat if you are a vegetarian. Those, to a certain extent, you have to do something about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. I would like to go over to Minister Caruana. Two things. One is, well, energy and telecommunications and energy transition are crucial, and there are investments from Malta in this area. For example, the Malta-Sicily cable link is one, and probably there are more. And so, do you have programs to, work on that field more? But another thing I wanted to ask you as a European politician, do you think that the shortcoming of Europe in this kind of initiatives is that Europe is trying too much to protect its own economy more than to go see what happens when you go somewhere else?
Let me start first with the second question. What is Europe trying to do with this money? Well, I think the aims perhaps may be a bit sporadic in the sense that, as the ambassador was saying, the firepower of such fund relative to other initiatives is not that great. And at the same time, I think that one of the biggest problems, shortcomings, if you prefer, that Europe faces is that when it comes to foreign policy, it's more about the individual member states who have the muscle power to present their own interests rather than the European Commission itself. So, of course, when it comes to projects, ideas in different countries across the globe, it's more the foreign voice of a particular member state, whichever it is, that perhaps is visible rather than that of the Commission as a whole. So when it comes to such projects, I think that first and foremost, the Commission tries to do something in order to appease the agenda of different member states. Perhaps at most I tend to link such initiatives in Africa in order to try as much as possible to stem the tide of migration, which is quite a thorny issue with several EU member states. And of course, the Commission tries to do something in order to spur investment in the home country of origin of such people. Whether it's enough or not, that is another issue. What is the ultimate aim of such investment? Well, Europeans especially will kind of have this orthodox vision of going green at all costs. Where I sit every month around the table with my colleagues, the finance ministers, at least part of the agenda is always taken up with the green transition. And if I had to look at, mind you, it's not something bad, so don't take me wrong, but the cost that member states especially have to face in the coming years is something quite significant. And I don't see that there's all this commitment from other big countries across the globe. I thought that the crisis, the Ukrainian crisis, was going to slow down this commitment in terms of pace of how much we managed to get to the point where we want to get, given the increasing costs, but that did not happen. And as a result of that, actually what I'm saying is that certain member states are even doubling down on the commitment to get there as fast as possible. Now, whether that is wise or not, I'd leave it up to everyone to decide on. But nevertheless, all this is having its costs on the populations of such countries, and then therefore it's no coincidence that in certain member states people are voting in certain patterns. And then it comes as a surprise by some why people are expressing themselves in that way. Coming back to Malta, we're the smallest member state, and we will always remain so, even if there's future enlargement. Of course, given that we're a small island state, we have our dependency on certain major issues, such as, for example, when it comes to future supply of electricity, we depend on, as you said, neighboring country, Italy, whereby we have an interconnector. We're planning to have the second one, thanks to EU money and the European Investment Bank. But definitely, in the years to come, we will need to have several more, for the simple reason that the energy demand will continue to increase. There are the commitments that we have to honor when it comes to the green transition, quite onerous, I would say. Whether we'll make it or not, that is another discussion, for the simple reason that the commitments that we have to achieve by 2030 are that we have to have our emission levels, which should be -19 of what they were in 2010. We're still quite long away from that. So I think that definitely, most probably, we will miss the targets, as so will other member states. But nevertheless, the investment in the green transition, especially when it comes to the electrification grid, that is something that must continue to move forward. And in this new era, let's put it this way, whereby Europe is trying to be at least more independent from the East when it comes to gas consumption, the importance and the relevance of renewable energy becomes more significant. And especially, it is so much for the simple reason that if we want to avoid, and I conclude on this, future external shocks when it comes to pricing, it is very much important that Europe focuses more on renewable energy, if not for the green transition, at least in order to avoid as much as possible inflationary pressures which come from external shocks in the future.
Well, thanks, Minister. Let me just stay on the subject of energy with Ms. Latif. Well, talking about energy, Egypt has great gas reserves, though it's facing an energy crisis of its own. But first of all, I would like to understand whether this global gateway we're talking about is actually an instrument that can be helpful to coordinate investments with single member states investments, private investments, to create connections between Egypt as a gas producer and Europe. But most of that, apart from that, I would like to ask you, because the minister mentioned the carbon emission reduction as a problem for Malta and for Europe. You mentioned before the same thing, basically for Egypt. Do you feel that there's the issue of gas, I would like to ask you about, but more than that, do you feel that the philosophy of intervention, economic intervention of the European Union is, is creating gaps between Europe and what countries like Egypt are expecting and would like to hear?
Okay, let me start with the second question, because it's
Well, I will change the order of my questions next time, because you
No, that's
you always
fine.
start from the second.
No, that's
okay.
fine. That's fine. No, I'll start with the second, because it's actually very interesting. Because when you asked Mr. Minister, I was going to say I want to comment on this.
Okay, please.
Right. So I'm glad you're asking me so that I can comment on it. I think what Europe is doing is actually mainly to protect itself. Okay, because your question was very clear.
Wait a minute, you can answer the second question, but not his second.
No, his second, no.
Okay,
it's the same, they're the same, they're the same.
Kidding.
Okay, yes, I know. No, seriously, the EU its approach to global gateway is to protect itself from China. I personally believe, as an economist, that the EU should not be protecting itself from China. It's the US that's trying to protect itself from the Chinese power. The EU somehow is getting caught in this. You have a very strong economy. If you get united, you have a huge market, and you can survive with the Chinese, no problem. It's the US that's worried. There are no gaps, okay, that need to be filled from angle. Let me go to the energy part. You said that Egypt has an energy crisis, okay? Let me put this in the past tense. Egypt had an actually energy crisis in the last few years. Very true. But to understand this crisis and understand the impact of this on Egypt's position as a supplier of energy to Europe, we have to put it in the right context. And the right context is the following. A few years ago, and until actually quite recently, Egypt had serious economic problems. We had a huge accumulation of debt, as you all know. We had macroeconomic instability. Our credit rating went down. You know the whole series of problems, and this had its implication on the energy sector because of the pressure of the debt. Energy was directed to exports more than being satisfying the need of consumption at home, because our electric generators use natural energy. This was the case, but then things have eased up big time from the beginning of this year because of the agreement with the IMF and the new investments that we got. And this means right away less pressure on the energy sector. In addition to two other things, very, very important, we are very serious on our investments in green energy, in like solar energy, wind energy, etc. And we are very strong with these. And we are starting to actually use this type of energy to feed the national grid, okay, and replace the natural gas. And this means, over time, much better situation, in addition to the green hydrogen investments that are actually taking place in the Suez Canal economic zone. So this is a key point. This is the context and what's happening. Second thing, we cannot remove the positioning of Egypt as a strong supplier or strong partner with the EU at the energy level because of a temporary situation. Temporary situation is actually being dealt with in a very strange way in the world today, okay? And this includes even the Suez Canal and the Houthis and all this. Okay, let's find other corridors. Let's find other ways around, because it doesn't work this way. It's a huge channel. You cannot simply throw investments in something else because of a temporary problem that will end sooner or later. All right. So the same goes with the energy. It's a temporary thing. This does not mean that the global gateway cannot help with this. We do need help. We do have internal constraints. We do have limited infrastructure capacity also for the liquefied natural gas. We could use investments there. Okay, and externally also there are issues. There are fear of investment in the entire region. And that goes back to the stability issue in the region. So where Egypt, all of us, everybody is hoping for a united position to restore the peace in this area in a sustainable and fair manner so that we can all live happily ever after. And the earth is not going to swallow China and Russia and the world like Cinderella world. It's not going to happen. So we have to find our way around it.
Let me just follow up before I go over to our guests again. Let me just ask, do you feel, does Egypt feel that its relationship with Europe, the European Union, has a more political than economic problem? Meaning that, well, if you look at it, Egypt is a great and growing population and a young population, manpower, is an energy producer and provider. But still, the amount of investment, European investment coming into Egypt, do you think it's proportional to the possibilities that
No,
there
it's
are?
not
And why?
No, it is not proportional, because that's actually the difference between the Europeans and the Chinese. The Europeans are very, very cautious, very, very careful. Before they enter, they want to make sure that everything is perfect, okay? Sometimes when they talk to other investors in Egypt, they tell them about, say, for instance, bureaucratic problems, okay? But they forget to ask those people that why they never leave the country if there is so much bureaucracy in it. It's because their profit rate is extremely high, okay? So it has to do with the investment culture, okay, coming from Europe. There are lots of migrating, but there are migrating investments that are actually approaching Egypt. The Chinese are a lot more, direct. They sort of don't care, so they just get in. So we need you to be tougher. So it's an economic thing, but we've never had political problems, political agenda, political issues with the EU. No, at all. Okay, even actually in the present situation, migration is always a concern, but not for Egypt, it's more for the rest of the African countries. We do not have that much migration to Europe. Most of our migration is to the Gulf, and it has its issues, but it's a huge source of remittances. But Europe, no, we do not have a problem with that, but we do hope and wish that the migration laws would change, because you have aging populations and you need our young people, and we need jobs and we need them to go, so we might as well sit and take care of the problem.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Massolo. So our guest is saying we should be more adventurous and braver, both in investment and in immigration policy and all that. But we have initiatives, adventurous initiatives like the Global Gateway, and we have others, like we have the Mattei Plan, Italy, and there are other European plans. There are all countries, almost all countries have their own plan. Is there an overlapping of plans? Is there like a waste of energy? Should there be more coordination, for example, between this Global Gateway and the Mattei Plan that is focused on Africa, launched by the Meloni government?
Thank you. First, let me very briefly say something to Director Abdellatif. It is not that much that Europe wants to protect against China. It's that we would like to be heard despite China. And we are not managing, in my humble opinion, we are not doing well from this point of view for the reasons that I was trying to explain earlier. As far as coordination, well, of course, there are many overlapping initiatives, and to a certain extent, I think that we are here in an inextricable problem. That is, to a certain extent, overlapping will always be there. A coordination can exist, but can exist de facto. Maybe an attempt of coordinating has been done by the Italian government with its capacity as chair of the G7 during the G7 summit of the leaders in Puglia. And the result here was to try to find a common ground between the national initiative, Piano Mattei, the European initiative, Global Gateway, and the G7 initiative, which is the program on infrastructures. Of course, this can't be done only top-down. It needs sort of a machinery up to a certain extent without being too ambitious, because it is something that you do de facto. It's not something that you can impose. Of course, we would benefit from a more relevant amount of coordination, but let's confront reality, let's be realistic. I think that there is something that is quite important here. And the important thing is to try, at least among Europeans, but I would dare to extend it also to the G7 framework, to share a common attitude. And from this point of view, the Mattei Plan has something to say. Of course, it's not the solution, but it is something that can be a meaningful contribution, because it represents a change of mentality, no longer dealing with problems that affect, for instance, Africa, when they become problems for us, but to try to work them out together in a joint initiative of common work. That is, let's grow together. Win-win, mutually reinforcing. It's good for us, and it's good for the countries of destination of the Mattei Plan. It's awfully difficult, but if we get to share on a wider basis this kind of approach, and if we integrate this with a little bit more of money, and I will come to that in a moment, and with a bolder, exactly like the director was saying, in a bolder way of of conceiving what we do, that is not exactly dogmatically attached to conditionality as if it has been written in the stone. But, I mean, an evolutionary concept of conditionality, maybe something will get on the right track. Money. Well, money is important and money is scarce. It's scarce chiefly for governments and it's scarce for the European budget, we know. So what's the solution? I see only one solution, which is of course not a one-size-fits-all, but it's something that could help, which is joining efforts with the private sector, public and private. But it is not that you can do it like that. It is not that you can do it only by saying. It is up to governments to try to offer the companies, the private sector, meaningful occasions of cooperation. That is, private sector reacts when it feels that it can share an interest. And it's not in abstracto. It is not something that is, one has to take for granted or simply because governments make appeal to the private sector that the private sector necessarily responds. It's not a question of sympathy. It's a question of interest. So let's try to develop increasingly and more so, increasingly so, trying to look for fields where joint initiatives can be reciprocally profitable. This is a huge challenge, but I think that you can progress only in a pragmatic way. Otherwise, you are stuck to the existence situation, which is unsatisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Massolo. We almost ran out of time, but maybe there are questions or interventions or suggestions to make the Global Gateway work from the audience, or any question from our speakers, please. I just saw you. Well, speak up. Someone's coming with a microphone. Rescue's on the way.
Thank you. So I'll start again. So Karim El-Gendi, Associate Fellow at Chatham House. I was wondering if any of the speakers could comment on the differentiation, the level of differentiation that the PGII's, the G7's initiative, as well as the Global Gateway, focus on energy transition, on climate and some of the environmental issues compared to the Belt and Road, which did not. So that it looked, when those two initiatives came out, much later, 10 years later, as you pointed out, than the BRI, that would meant to be a differentiating factor, that Europe would bring climate action, would bring energy transition to the markets that it's trying to reach out to, the countries that it's trying to reach out to. In your experience, have you seen that gain any traction? Did that benefit anyone? China seemed to respond immediately by greening the BRI, or initiating a process of greening the BRI. But clearly Europe had a significant advantage and a higher moral ground. Would you care to comment on how much that was successful in gaining traction?
Is that a question for anyone specific? Otherwise, I'll pose it to Ambassador Massolo, maybe more involved.
No one in particular.
I'm the only one who doesn't know anything about this. So anyway, one of the three, you choose, or Ambassador.
Well, from my perspective, this was not sufficiently performed. That is, I may say that as far as energy transition is considered, we are falling in a more general framework of a slowdown. And you know, when you tell Europeans slow down, they very willingly slow down. And so, unfortunately, and so this is what is happening. But maybe one of the countries of destination can be more explicit and meaningful than me.
Please be explicit. That's what.
I've been explicit enough. You want more? Actually, I don't see the European side really working. I mean, again, it's more rhetoric than action, because if you go for the real action, then you would expect the EU to reduce its own its own carbon emissions, its own green transition. This has always been a problem for us. A continent like Africa is contributing no more than 3% to the international GDP, and which means no more than 3% to the climate problem. And yet they are carrying all the ugly part that's associated with it. And on top of this, they are facing those new non-tariff barriers, this CBAM, which is going to affect our exports seriously. So it's not, as long, when things move from the rhetoric to the action, then one can say that something is happening. I don't see it. As far as intentions are concerned, they're always there.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more quick questions for it? Please, the gentleman there. Well, we have time for one, I am afraid, unless, yeah, not even one? Not even one. Well, a quick one, the gentleman there. I just gave him the microphone.
Okay. I'm a new student, first year. I would like to know, we talk about a stronger European Union, but how we can talk about a stronger European Union if we rely that much on the United States, I would say. For example, talking about the fight to the Chinese overcapacity, does it really benefit the European situation, or is more like the impact of the USA politics on the European? And if in the future we should like distance ourselves from the United States and watch, for example, to the other side of the ocean, or we gotta still being, for example, I would say in the shadow of the United States, but like being federal or, I don't know, stronger?
My friend, I'm afraid you asked a question that would suggest another meeting, another plenary, because it's a very broad, I don't know if, but I think we talked about that, because actually even you talked about it, the need for distinction and the need for, but Ambassador Massolo said there has to be a coordination. So it's a very complex matter. I don't want to sound, censoring your question, but it really poses a huge subject, and maybe I don't want to force our guests to give a quick answer to this.
Well, what I can say on this issue, the root of the problem is that when we refer to the big countries, China, the United States, there's an element of homogeneity. Europe is very heterogeneous in the sense that it is a union made up of 27 member states with different cultures, different tastes, different everything, and we're trying to come up with common policy. And I'll just conclude with this. We've been trying for the past at least 3 years to sort out a common banking and a common capital market policy in order to counteract most of the issues that we have at stake. We're still going on about the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to our guests, Mr. Dilatef, Mr. Caruana, and Ambassador Massolo, and this is it.
afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this panel, for this panel on Lebanon. Could I ask everybody to sit down, please, if you're intent on joining us? My name is Maha Yahya. I'm the director of the Malcolm H. Kerr Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut. Thank you to our colleagues in ISPI and to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for partnering with us on this panel that will be looking at the challenges that Lebanon is facing. As you all know, Lebanon has been in the throes of an accelerated and more or less all-out conflict over the past 2 months. The World Bank just came out with a report that talks about $8.5 billion in losses so far. 100,000 housing units have been lost, have been either totally or partially demolished. More than 37 villages and towns along the border of Lebanon have not only been destroyed, but they were subsequently dynamited, which makes return impossible. And the death toll is almost 4,000 people have been killed and another 15,000 injured. The situation is absolutely horrific. The humanitarian crisis, 1.2 million people were displaced in the space of 4 days at the beginning of this crisis. The humanitarian situation is quite catastrophic, and this is coming at the tail end of multiple crises that the country has faced over the past 5 years, beginning with the economic and financial crisis, a political deadlock, the Beirut port explosion. So this is almost like the last crisis, or the most recent crisis, that will have serious and significant repercussions on the country. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my friends and colleagues on this panel with us for this discussion. Ishaq Diwan, an economist and one of the co-founder of the Finance Lab in Paris. Emil Hkayem, senior fellow at IISS in London. And Paul Salim, former president and vice president of the Middle East Institute in Washington. Emil, let me begin with you. Could you please walk us through a little bit the security situation that Lebanon is facing today?
Certainly. Good afternoon. This was not the war that Hezbollah wanted to fight, and it wasn't the war that Hezbollah was designed to fight. Hezbollah got entangled in something that it had not necessarily expected since the 8th of October last year. Why do I say this? This was a force that was built primarily to punish and deter. Instead, it got stuck into a war of attrition of ever greater intensity that quickly showed that as a strategic force, Hezbollah could not stay on the escalation ladder. And for me, it's quite striking that throughout this year plus, when the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was talking about it, he tried to convey a sense of confidence, that he understood the calculation of the other side, that the rules of the game since 2006 still applied. He failed, I think, and it's a strategic failure, to understand the fundamental change in mindset that happened in Israel on October 7. And since the brutal escalation that we saw in July, first with the killing of Fuad Shukr, the foremost military commander of Hezbollah, and more so since late September, when the topmost, but also the mid-level security cadre of Hezbollah were essentially decapitated, the movement has really struggled to stay in the fight. It's the tempo of its missile firings is nothing compared to what we analysts and governments also expected. It has not been able to inflict the cost, the losses that Hezbollah had expected to inflict on Israel before. Instead, it's Lebanon that is bearing the cost of that war, the Lebanese population, because Israel's superior intelligence, technological, and defense capabilities. On the ground, however, Hezbollah is fighting quite hard in the south. But whether Israel's campaign until now is limited because of Israel's own choices or because of Hezbollah's performance on the battlefield is up for discussion. If you ask me, I think in the past couple of weeks, the Israelis have increased the tempo and are fighting deeper into the country. I think because they have a strategic design, which is to essentially depopulate as much of the south as possible, and then, push back, just as they're doing in northern Gaza or other places in Gaza, just push the population further north, and essentially, immunize itself to the extent possible. Hezbollah has struggled to stay in the fight, and it's struggled in terms of its communication, its internal communication, and it struggled because it has to live with the erosion of its image as a competent force that actually understood its enemies. So very dire situation at present, and for Lebanon, there is no other way out than this, ceasefire at the moment, and that's where the Lebanese are struggling to put ideas on the table.
I mean, just on the security issue before we move to the political, one repercussion of this breakdown in security, and we were already seeing a breakdown in the security as a result of the economic and financial crisis, erosion overall in Lebanon, even the capacity of the Lebanese army to pay its own forces. Now we're seeing more polarization at the local level. We're seeing more tensions between different communities. Also partly the tactic that Israel has been adopting in terms of targeting buildings in areas that we thought were safe or were presumed to be safe. So how do you see this evolving in a sense?
That's a huge challenge in the immediate and medium term, which is that the Lebanese armed forces, on which so much depends, is going to be asked to deploy in the south and contribute to maintain peace and stability in a country where there are tons of tensions and divisions internally. So the Lebanese army has mostly been a domestic security force, not necessarily...
A national guard.
Exactly, a glorified national guard, but not really an army that can control its borders, that is able to be deployed, projected. It really depends on this political consensus. So that pressure on the LAF is going to be key in the next phase. If we ask too much too quickly of the LAF, without providing it with the support it needs, the financial, material, and so on, we risk breaking that one tool because it will be quite exposed. The Lebanese constantly go to the LAF as if it were the savior. It's not the savior. You need a political settlement, both with Israel in terms of the ceasefire, but also domestically to shape the new phase.
Okay. Paul, let me turn to you with a question on the political challenges and where we are today.
Well, thank you, Mahan. It's great to be here. We're dealing with a state which has been semi-collapsed for a very long time. Both collapsed from the outside and collapsed from the inside. Its external sovereignty, Lebanon lost its external sovereignty about 65 years ago, back in the 1960s. First, under pressure from Egypt to give the Palestinian, the PLO, military power in Lebanon. And then Syria became the external sort of dominant player. And over the last decade and a half, it's been Iran. So Lebanon has not and does not have a current pathway to regain external sovereignty as a state, unless something different happens with Iran. Internally, the Lebanese state lost its sort of collapse from the inside during the Civil War, in the sense that the political parties that then turned into militias, and those militias turned into mafias, and ever since the nominal end of the Civil War in 1990, those warlords, militia powers, mafia organization, in addition to Hezbollah armed and financed from Iran, have controlled various arms of the state. So that is a structural challenge, that you have a state that looks like a state in some ways, but doesn't have the internal coherence of a state or the decision-making capacity of the state or the sovereignty of a state. And as Emil mentioned, often they turn to the Lebanese army because that is at least one national semi-coherent institution that could be a backbone of some activity. So the challenge is definitely a big one. The current political situation is also dire because the country has been without a president for the last 2 years, without an established functioning government. We have a caretaker government. So unlike in the last war in 2006, when the Lebanese state and the Lebanese government and the Lebanese prime minister was the primary interlocutor with the international community and indirectly with Israel to come out with the UN Security Resolution 1701, today the state, and certainly the executive branch, which is the one that should be doing the negotiation, is completely sidelined. And the United States is negotiating effectively informally with the Speaker of Parliament just because he's a whispering buddy of Hezbollah. The negotiation is not with the Lebanese state, effectively. It's with Hezbollah. Now, you know, already that indicates a number of challenges. And Hezbollah today isn't the Hezbollah of a few months ago. That, in a sense, there no longer is a clear Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's fighters, there's networks, there's missiles, and there's arms, but the entire leadership of Hezbollah, and particularly Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who really was, you know, the Abdel Nasser of the movement. He wasn't just a regular leader. And Hassan Nasrallah was on sort of very close terms with the supreme leader of Iran. So he had real say in what Hezbollah will or will not do, and one really negotiated with him. And he understood the Iranian parameters. Right now, you're effectively indirectly talking with Iran about all of this. And at the end of the day, the status of Hezbollah, accepting a ceasefire or not, separating their ceasefire from the Gaza ceasefire, which finally seems to be the Hezbollah position, and what happens to Hezbollah going, in the months ahead, ultimately those are decisions that are going to be made in Tehran and then conveyed back to Lebanon. And we'll talk a bit about pathways forward.
We'll come back to this. Let me turn to you now with a bit about the economic situation. I threw out some figures on the social and economic costs, but where are we today on that
Right.
front?
I mean, in parallel to the misery brought by war and violence and destruction and death, this comes on an economy that had collapsed. 2019 literally marked the death of the post-war economic model, which was based on attracting capital flows. And for reconstruction, gets tired, sudden capital stop in 2019, and the system literally by then collapses. We don't have an economic model anymore. It brings a lot of misery. GDP falls by more than half. Firms close, unemployment. The state shrinks by about 4 times. Imagine. And bank accounts are frozen. There's a financial crisis. Over $120 billion of money in the banks are frozen. People can't take them anymore. The middle class collapses. So that's the situation in 2019, 2021. And after this cardiac arrest, you have a slow agony because the government, this power-sharing arrangement, cannot come to terms on how to divide the losses, how to take the decision that need to be taken to stabilize the economy, much less figure out a new growth path, a new economic model that could, mark the future for this country. So we start seeing very clearly the collapse of the political order, which is exacerbated, as you both described, with the invasion. And so, the economic model is dead, the government system is now agonizing. So in a way, the country is really at a historical moment. It faces a potential disaster and getting stuck in a violence and poverty trap. But there is also, I hope we'll talk about that, the opportunity of renewing the system. It clearly has reached its end. And the big challenge is building on ceasefire, building on hopefully some regional arrangements to be able to muster the will to reinvent the country.
We're coming to that in the following.
So.
I just want to turn now, you mentioned the magic word, which is ceasefire, that everyone thinks is a magic bullet actually to ending the war right now. Is it really a magic bullet? We're hearing a lot of discussions as of an hour and a half ago that the Israelis have approved, the Prime Minister has approved a ceasefire arrangement. It includes a side letter between Israel and US that would allow Israel to take action should the terms of the ceasefire be violated, amongst other conditions. Emil, can you tell us more and maybe weave in a bit the where Arab Gulf countries stand on this?
Yeah, I mean, first on the ceasefire, I mean, that would be a ceasefire for what we understand, 60 days. You know, unless you've been living in a cave in 60 days, there will be a new US administration that may look at the problem very differently. So yes, it's quite urgent to have a ceasefire for, you know, very valid reasons, humanitarian and others, but it's also to build a framework that, you know, kind of, you know, brings in the US, brings in others, some buy-in now, so that you have something to build on starting January 21st, right? The danger is that the war continues and in the next couple of months becomes even more destructive. And then, you know, just have a US administration that comes in and is not necessarily interested in a settlement, but in a deal, just stopping the war, which would not be enough because the situation would continue to be very volatile. And there's lots of uncertainties about what that ceasefire would contain or what it would require. A new mandate for the UNIFIL, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, a greater role for the LAF. Great, but, you know, who's going to provide the extra troops? Who's going to provide the money if there is no political settlement? So, you know, it's quite a risky endeavor. So I have a sober reading. I hope it's not a pessimistic reading. I think one has to be careful. We've been hearing about potential ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon for quite some time. It's great if they happen. They may not. Look, the region wants an end to these wars. They don't necessarily have a great idea about how to do it. I mean, you know, there's a number of states, I mean, well, actually all of those states have said, you know, put on track a Palestinian statehood and, you know, we'll sign with Israel, and that would presumably include Lebanon and so on. But the region doesn't want to own those crises. They're tired. They don't know how to do it. They've lived through, you know, the wars in Syria, Yemen, and so on. And in this particular war, the Lebanon one, they feel this is largely a Western responsibility and an Iranian one. That, you know, the Arab states, they've tried. In the past, they put a lot of money. They put political capital. They took some risk. Nothing works. So, you know, Israel is backed by you know, important Western states, and Iran is the other one. So let them do that. I think, you know, I'm simplifying. What I'm trying to say is that they don't want to own that war. This is not, we're not going back to, in the case of Lebanon, Ta'if 1989, where the Saudis essentially orchestrated with US backing, you know, this big settlement and so on. Obviously, this is an interstate war. They want the others to figure it out. And if there is something that is solid, then perhaps the Gulf states will reconsider supporting Lebanon. But there is a lot of ill will towards Lebanon in the rest of the region, in the new elites. It's a country that has taken a lot of time, money. Lebanese politicians kept traveling to all these capitals, asking for support. And people are tired. They're 10 other conflicts that are perhaps bigger in the region that, you know, the Gulf states and others are asked to support or help stabilize and so on. Lebanon is this country that can never get it right. So there is this sense of figure it out, come up with a political settlement, and then we'll consider that. We're not going to incentivize you at every term so that you stay on track.
Paul, again, on the ceasefire talks, and maybe the perspective from Washington, as you would see it, we're in the middle of a lame duck administration. Many had thought that we would not see a ceasefire in Lebanon until January 20th. So it's interesting that this could happen now. Can you perhaps say a bit more about this?
Yeah, I mean, we remain, you know, fingers crossed that it will actually happen, but
yeah,
it's looking better.
Until the fat lady sings, basically.
Yeah. It's also, I mean, the driving forces are the players, which is Israel, and on one side, Hezbollah, Iran on the other. As Emil mentioned, this is not where Hezbollah or Iran wanted to be. It's a huge, massive miscalculation. Sounds a bit too clinical for what is going on. But they've wanted a ceasefire for a while. They wanted to link it to the Gaza ceasefire. They've drawn down on that. For Israel, their goals in Lebanon are different than those in Gaza and potentially the West Bank. And they've made those clear over months of negotiation. They want Hezbollah out of the area south of Litani. They want Hezbollah degraded, which they're doing themselves. And they want Hezbollah not to be rearmed in a major way after the war ends. And they want a reliable mechanism so that when the ceasefire, if the ceasefire is in place, that there's a way to make sure that it is not violated as it was after 2006. So those two players seem to be fairly serious about wanting to get to a ceasefire, which is why we have it. On the US side, obviously, the Biden administration has been trying feebly to get a ceasefire for the past year. And when Trump, even before he was elected, but even on the campaign trail, he kept saying, messaging to Bibi Netanyahu, do your wars, win your wars, I'm with you, but finish your wars before I come to office. And I think that message was reinforced both publicly and privately to Israel, to Bibi Netanyahu. And also Trump made public commitments to Lebanese Americans, and that was part of his electoral strategy in Michigan in particular. So I think he feels a little bit special about the Lebanese case. So that puts more pressure, as it were, on Israel to take the Lebanese track and move it a bit more quickly. So that would give us hope that we will hopefully get to a ceasefire. If the first 60 days go well, I expect it to be fairly long term. Maybe with little violations here and there, but I think both sides would prefer to get to something like after 2006 and to have years rather than go back to war within weeks or months. For Lebanon, I think it's a limited opportunity. It's an opportunity for sure, because it's quite clear that since the needs on the Hezbollah side and on the Lebanese side in general, and the US and others are aware of this, there is a much more urgent need, even more than before, to move ahead with governance, to go ahead and elect a president. Hezbollah itself is saying we're committed to electing a president. We'll be flexible on that. Forming a government that is, fully endowed and able to function. So we could have an opportunity. It wouldn't be an opportunity to restore sovereignty, or at least not full sovereignty, but at least to regain functioning governance, and a president and a government. We might be able to reclaim authority over the airport, as we already somewhat are, potentially over the port, and potentially over some, ambitious to say all of the border posts, but certainly some of the border posts. So there could be sovereignty gains there as well. Much will depend on, at that point after a ceasefire, the Lebanese parties themselves, the Lebanese parliament itself. Nabih Berri plays a big role, the Speaker of Parliament, but that's where Lebanon would have to go. If Lebanon has a credible president who's nationalistic in his position, not beholden to Bashar al-Assad or Ali Khamenei or any of the Arab countries, but is a strong national figure with a credible record on cleanliness and not corruption and so on. And if he or she is also able to get a prime minister and form a government that also has international and regional credibility and can implement some serious actions quickly before going to the international community to show that they're serious about what they mean, then I think they will find pretty significant international support and some Arab support. I think Emil got it right. There was a lot of goodwill that's lost now. They don't believe it until they see it. Also, the Gulf is no longer a political, is no longer in the business of political cash or just we'll give you cash and do something. They will invest, and they have tons of money to invest if we have the proper governance and then banking and investment. So there is room for hope, limited hope, let's call it that. Let me end by saying, to keep coming back, that the reason Lebanon continues to not have sovereignty is really because of the current external player, which is Iran. And Iran is, and there's another session on Iran going on right now, Iran invested in Hezbollah as well as other militias in the region as part of its forward defense strategy, thinking that with Hezbollah, Israel would be deterred from hitting Iran. Well, that strategy has completely failed. Hezbollah is not deterring Israel at all. If anything, Hezbollah has enraged Israel and pushed Israel to hit Iran. First of all, it's not clear whether Israel will hit Iran again between now and January 20. It's not clear what the Trump administration has in store for Iran. I mentioned that in the session on Lebanon because it's what decisions are made in Tehran will determine how big Hezbollah is, how heavily armed will it be, or in the very, maybe hopeful scenario, will, under some conditions, Iran encourage Hezbollah to begin to integrate into the Lebanese army and so on. I don't see it, but it's a call that can be made in Tehran if they're under a lot of pressure and they want to give up some of their Arab assets.
What you're describing is a possible opportunity out of the tragedy that the country is facing right now.
Yes.
Trying to be hopeful. I mean, one of the concerns, obviously, that they have in Iran, and we won't turn this into an Iran session, is that, as you said, their forward defense is gone, their whole unity of front strategy is gone, and it's no longer providing any deterrence. But beyond that, you mentioned before I turn to Ishaq, since we've already gone into the moving forward, looking forward, do you really see the current political leaders in the framework, with the mindset of the kind of moving forward? Because what you're describing as necessary, a national dialogue, a new political settlement, a new president, new president, new government has to be part of some sort of a political settlement to some extent. Do you see them in that mindset? Are they capable of moving the country forward in this way? And if not, what needs to be done to push in that direction?
Yeah, well, I mean, let me be clear. My hopes are limited. It's limited, and the progress, if it's there, will be gradual and limited. And I did not mention sort of national dialogue or any major thing. I don't think the conditions are right for that at all, nor is there time for that. I'm thinking, and I think the international community and the politicians that are engaged are aware that after a ceasefire there might need to be movement quickly about settling on a president. Of course, this president won't be the ideal president, but might be a bit better qualified than had Hezbollah still been completely in control, because they know, even Hezbollah knows, we need billions of dollars, and you're not going to get that with a completely not credible president and a completely not credible prime minister or government. They're not going to get any money from anywhere. So they have an incentive as well. So what the hope, quote unquote, is a limited, even with this political class and the parliament, which has many good elements in it, that we make a reasonable step forward, at least to reconstitute the structures of a state, and then take the longer view that in 2026 there's elections again. And at the end of the day, Lebanon, other than some areas controlled by Hezbollah where they shoot people if they're opposed to them, in most other districts, elections are very contested, and the population can organize, can put forward new parties and so on, which they did partially in 2022, but certainly not enough. So I would not put all of the blame on the politicians. After all, most of these politicians were elected by the people. So there's a lot of need for the people, quote unquote, the groups and so on, to seize the opportunity of repeated elections in Lebanon, which really don't happen almost in any other Arab country, except maybe Iraq and a few others. Let's seize what space we have in order to put forward better politicians so that our governments are better than they might be next month.
Sorry.
If I may, just a quick thing. Israel gets a vote in the next phase. Lebanon, if there is a ceasefire now, it's extended. It's not necessarily going to be the same situation as post-2006, right? Where, things settled and, we had politics and rebuild. Israel gets a vote. And the way Israel conducts its policy in that next phase will matter fundamentally. We may not be able to have those better politics. We may not be able to get this new investment. If Israel decides that it's going to conduct its mowing campaign the way it did it in Syria since 2015 and so on, in Lebanon from now, the new normal are actually regular air raids and so on, it will keep the country fundamentally unsettled. So don't keep this, don't forget that particular point. Israel will, to a large extent, shape the nature of the next phase.
We'll have a role to play in the nature. Ishaq, let me turn to you. Opportunities day after reconstruction. We've discussed a lot the links between reconstruction, not just physical, but political economy, state building.
There's so much uncertainty in the air. It's really hard to see. But I think, both Paul and you put some strong structure on the table. I think clearly this is not like 2006. This is not going to be a big jump forward. At best, it's step by step, trying to build credibility, and then hoping to advance further into the long term while you fix problem. You improve the conditions in the south, you try to get the political situation stabilized while there is instability on the border. So it's a tough one. Now, in terms of the challenges, the actual economic challenges, the challenge number one is the displaced. The current situation, the fact that they are dispersed around the country, they're spending their liquidity very fast. The central bank has doubled what they can take out from the banks, so reserves are now falling fast. So it's a very tough situation now. And unless they return quickly and unless their homes are rebuilt quickly, then the whole framework of the country can get in trouble. We can start seeing violence and violence traps and tensions developing. So that's really challenge number one, is caring for them, showing that, the election of a president, the organization of a government is necessary to care for them and to focus on their return, quick return, and the reconstruction of their homes. Now, as you said, the initial assessments are $8 billion losses, or others say 20, but the point is, so far the destruction is large but not immense. 100,000 apartments. Those can be rebuilt rather quickly in a couple of years. $3 billion is a large amount, but it's not enormous. The central bank has more, much more still there. So it's feasible if the political groups get organized to do that. The worst case would be if the state fails again and Hezbollah rebuilds with Iranian money. Then, that's the defeat of the state. So this is the opportunity, step by step, to start rebuilding credibility and to also rebuild in a better way, in a more open way, to show concern for the Shia community so that it can be attracted back to be part of a national offer that can work. So there are various challenges in doing that. One challenge is how to use humanitarian aid in a way that reinforces the state, in a way that builds, what did we call it, islands of quality in the state, as opposed to, say, after the port, the enjoyization of the state, completely ignoring the state. So that's, I think, one important challenge. The other important challenge is also to kind of free up civil society again, in a way like in 2019, to return to the tents, so that the imagination of civil society, the proposals, the vision forward gets people of all communities, dynamically engage in this reconstruction process in rebuilding trust with the state as well. So starting step by step and with the main challenge of repairing what has been destroyed, and then, we get to the economy later, dreaming up of another economy. After all, the human capital is more or less there. Some has moved out, can return. The infrastructure is broadly there. This is a country way below its potential. It needs another economic model based on not consumption, but production and export of services. So another important movement would be to decentralize at the municipal level. We have very vibrant communities at the municipal level, have much more competition among municipalities to attract talent, to attract companies, so they work there. The big comparative advantage of Lebanon is its culture, its nature, its people. People like Paul or me, go back there, earn much less than you can work abroad because you could live much better. Of course, if there is security and if there is this movement to rebuild the country.
Let me mention something, if I may.
Sure.
Because of course, no two situations at all are the same, but it's interesting between 2006 and now. Hezbollah effectively, in its narrative, won the war in 2006 and emerged from it very, very politically empowered in Lebanon, in the Arab world, in the Muslim world. And they proceeded, because the Syrians had just left in 2005, and from 2006 onward, they proceeded to take over all of Lebanon and presided over the collapse of 2019 and the port explosion. And 2006 was their entry point into this victory. Keep in mind, it coincided with the Iranian victory, basically, and the American defeat out of Iraq, and Iran ended up inheriting much of. So it was a very different moment. Hezbollah today is clearly defeated. It's not as if it's defeated completely, but this is, in no way can you call this a victory or a loss. Its people are completely displaced without any clear pattern of how they're going to come back. Iran is in an extremely vulnerable position and might become more vulnerable in the weeks ahead. Israel and the US now have their eye on Hezbollah and Iran in a way that they didn't. Keep in mind, a little bit after 2006, Bibi Netanyahu settled into a false comfort that it's good to have Hamas here and Hezbollah here. That way nobody will talk to me about peace and normalization, and they're not going to attack, really. They're just there to deter. It all turned out to be wrong. Also, the US and others, including Lebanese, there's the idea that Iran is going to reconstruct the South is not accepted. So this whole issue of who's going to, that's very politically significant. So I do see things as, quite different than they were in 2006, but there's still a lot of uncertainty going forward.
I think there's a lot of difference it's very different from 2006, no doubt. But at the same time, that some of the challenges internally, and I'm thinking specifically about the reconstruction, I think that the level of the damage, it's not just the quantity. If you think about 37 towns and villages across the border that no longer exist, that is a huge challenge. You have a scorched earth policy, that is a huge, which means farmers can no longer, they don't have the economic means. That is another huge challenge. So I think I really appreciate the positive outlook, and I know you've done a lot of work on the economy and what can be done, and I completely agree with you. We have the potential to turn this moment of loss into an opportunity to build a better Lebanon. But the challenges that, as I've heard from the three of you, are immense. The road is filled with minefields, not least of which is worry about the potential disintegration into civil strife. I know many have asked about civil conflict or have been wondering. It's more, I think, civil strife at this point. But also the opportunity is there to build something better and brighter. I don't know if you have any last comments, Emile, before we close it.
I really don't want to break the moment of optimism we had.
Just let's leave it on a given the tragedy around us, let's just leave it on a positive moment and hope that we'll be here next year with you all at ISPI talking about the steps that Lebanon has made and the oasis it's turning into in the region. Thank you. Huh? Exactly. Oasis of peace and tranquility.
Start with peace.
And development. Huh?
Start with peace.
Start with peace. Thank you all very much for joining. Esha, Emile, and Paul, thank you.